morning, Carson. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Today is Thursday, November 20th, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of November. If you would please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
All right, at this time, I would like to remind anyone coming to the podium to speak. We ask that you speak directly into the microphone and speak as clearly as possible, as this meeting is being transmitted electronically as well as being transcribed by a court reporter. So Madam Secretary, if we could please proceed with our first agenda item, public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
Anyone who wishes to address the commission may do so at this time. Matters brought to our attention during public comment cannot be acted upon, but we're happy to hear comments from the public as well as any that my fellow commissioners wish to make. Comments by all will be limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If any of my fellow commissioners or myself ask any questions, the time needed to address those questions will not be held against the time constraint. If you have any handouts or copies of your comments to provide, please do not approach the dais with them. An enforcement agent will come and take them from you. I'm first going to go to Carson City. Is there anyone present in Carson City who wishes to make public comment? There appearing to be no one in Carson City wishing to make public comment here in Las Vegas. If you could please state your name and spell it for the record.
Push the button.
Push the button.
That'll turn that, yeah.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is John Kawano, Kawano. I'm a 12-year veteran of hospitality. I worked in driving CDL with SUV, limo, and minibus. And the last 4 years, I worked at the Venetian Hotel. That's how I met Mr. Marcantonis. Anyway, I have a few points to address. With regard payouts at casinos. When blackjack in the late 1990s and early part of the millennium, many casinos went to a 6-to-5 payout for blackjack, which the traditional payout for blackjack was 3-to-2. And I'll put this into plain English for anyone who doesn't understand. The new payout means that if you bet $10 and you get a natural blackjack, which is your first 2 cards equaling 21, you get paid $12. The old payout was $15. Casinos are a business. They have the right to adjust what they pay out. But at first, when this happened, it was always very clear. The casino tables, the blackjack tables, had the information printed on the display of the table, clear letters. They would say blackjack pays 3-to-2, 3/2, or blackjack pays 6-to-5, 6/5. As time went on and they changed their blackjack table layouts, they would put the information on a small card or electronic sign in much smaller font. And recently I've noticed several times at casinos, you don't see the payout at all. I'm not aware if this is a requirement of Gaming Commission requirement that they print or have visually available to print out the payouts. But if it's not, I think that should be addressed. I think it should be clear to all players what they're getting into. The other point I'd like to make is that the sports books, many people are new to betting on sports and they're not familiar with how they pay out. And only one casino sports book that I know of actually addresses this. They actually print a copy of the payouts and have it available with the sheets, the parlay sheets, the football sheets, etc. And again, I don't know if this is a regulation of the commission or if it's under their jurisdiction, but having some way of requiring that casinos make their payouts available, easily available to the public would be greatly appreciated. So, and that's all I want to address.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Did you have written comments you wanted to leave?
No, I do have a copy of the payouts for the
Okay.
sports book. So could I give it?
Yes, please.
It's for you to keep.
Yes, it will be made part of the record. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, at this time, go ahead. Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Good morning, Ira Giannon for the Culinary Union, DUYANEN. My comment today regards an order made by a U.S. District Court judge in response to a petition that Station Casinos filed in Nevada District Court on September 30th, 2025. Judge Ann R. Trump denied Red Rock's petition for a preliminary injunction against the National Labor Relations Board, its general counsel, and the presiding administrative law judge to halt administrative proceedings before the ALJ. Red Rock seeks to halt one of the largest labor law enforcement actions in U.S. history. For years, the National Labor Relations Board's general counsel has been litigating an unfair labor practice complaint alleging that station casinos engage in a scheme to use employee layoffs during the COVID-19 pandemic to undermine unions representing or seeking to represent their employees. The district court denied station's request for an injunction against the labor law proceedings and dismissed station's claim that the remedies that the NLRB general counsel is seeking in the case violate station's right to a jury trial under the Seventh Amendment. Judge Chom wrote, other courts have considered Red Rock's Seventh Amendment claim, and like the Nevada District Court, have concluded that they have no jurisdiction to it. Rather, it must be brought before a court of appeal when station eventually loses the NLRB trial, which we are sure it will. Judge Chom further ruled that the Federal Norris LaGuardia Act barred her from issuing the injunction that station sought, and that to rule otherwise would require this court to ignore controlling case law and defy the traditional canons of statutory interpretation. Although Stations has appealed Judge Chom's decision to the Ninth Circuit, we are confident that her ruling will stand. It comes as no surprise that the company, a Nevada gaming license holder who has violated federal labor law repeatedly in the past, is appealing its district court defeat, and we are confident that its appeal will fail as well. I will be submitting this copy of my public comment along with the order via email to Madam Secretary. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present who wishes to make public comment? Please step forward, and if you could state your name and spell it for the record.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Casiano Corpus, Casiano Corpus. I have worked at Palace Station as a casino porter for 34 years. And I am a union committee leader inside Palace Station, which means I talk to my co-workers and organize them to fight for a union contract. The reason I became a union committee leader was so that I could provide a better life, a future for my family. I want to have a better pay, a pension, and a better insurance. Station Casinos does not want to give us what we're asking for. Every day I go to work, I am afraid because I don't know which day might be my last day. We only want Station Casinos to respect the daily struggle of us employees and to sit with us at the negotiating table and sign a union contract. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present who wishes to make public comment? There appearing to be no one else present to make public comment, that will close our public comment section. Madam Secretary, the next item on our agenda is the approval of the prior month's disposition.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Commission disposition for October 2025.
Okay, each of us has had the opportunity to go through the disposition. Is there any questions or comments before I call for a motion? There being none,
Madam Chair, I move for approval of the prior month's disposition.
any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read in the non-restricted consent items.
Your items on the non-restricted consent agenda this morning are items 1, 4, 9, and 10. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
All right, is there anything that any commissioner wishes to say about the consent items? If not, I would call for a motion.
Madam Chair, I would move for approval of non-restricted consent items 1, 4, 9, and 10. And I would note that item number 1 is pursuant to the 14th revised order of registration, draft number 1 dated October 2nd, 2025.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please read in the restricted consent items?
Your items on the restricted consent agenda this morning are items 3, 5 through 7, and 9 through 11. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments related to the restricted consent items? There being none, does anyone have a motion?
Madam Chair, oh,
go.
go ahead, sorry.
Sorry, I just saw different mics on. Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted items number 3, 5 to 7, and 9 to 11, as read by Madam Secretary with the conditions stated therein.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, that brings us to our non-restricted items, agenda items, excuse me, held out for discussion. We will be taking item non-restricted 11 that was bumped from last month to this month. What's happening? Oh, okay. Okay. I'm glad you called. Thank you. All right, so now that we know who's who, at this time, could you please read in non-restricted number 11?
Non-restricted number 11 are the applications of William Hornbuckle IV for licensure and/or finding of suitability as a key executive and/or manager as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. For the record, my name is Chandler Pohl. I'm Vice President, Legal Counsel with MGM Resorts International with Ms. Bill Hornbuckle for the titles and the entities listed on the agenda from October. We'd like to thank the commission for continuing this from the October agenda. However, it may please the chair, we can start with a affirmative presentation by Mr. Hornbuckle or go to questions.
It'd be great to hear from you.
Sure.
How are you?
Good. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the commission.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. I believe we have a disclosure.
Yes.
My bad. One moment. I didn't see it on the list of things.
Good morning and my apologies. Madam Chair, with respect to the non-restricted item 11, I'd like to disclose for the record that in the late 90s, when Mr. Hornbuckle was president at Caesar's Palace for a short time, I was, for that same short time, his senior vice president of hotel operations. During that time, we had a close and amicable working relationship, and I have no connection to Mr. Hornbuckle's properties today, nor do I have any residual or pecuniary interest in the outcome of today's meetings. I believe that the independence of judgment by any reasonable person in my situation would not be materially affected by this past and positive working relationship. Therefore, I intend to fully participate in this matter today. Good morning, Mr. Hornbuckle.
Good morning. Thank you, George. Well, good morning, Madam Chair, and good morning again, commissioners. I appreciate your taking the opportunity and time and the ability to speak to you this morning. Maybe just a quick overview of, I think, where we stand as a company and ultimately how we're thinking about going forward. You've all seen and heard the challenges around Las Vegas this summer in the current marketplace. Fundamentally, I've been saying and consistently hold this view that nothing has changed. Fundamentally, our business is sound and solid. It's been encouraging to see this fall, our convention business and event activity in particular pick up. I don't know if anybody went to the game this past Monday night, but we had 62,000 fans. By the way, most of them from Dallas, I think, in the stands, which is great for tourism. And this weekend, we begin to host, as of this evening, the Formula One. And so activity cases picked up, conventions are back. I still think there's a market condition where those that have are continuing to spend. And so our luxury properties continue to do exceptionally well. And frankly, value-oriented customers are still struggling. And that's remained true this fall. But I think generally speaking, we're in good stead. I think we're looking forward to the first part of the year. We have a massive convention calendar. I think over the next 16 months, there's more convention business on the books for Las Vegas and our hotels than the city has ever seen before. And so who shows is always interesting, but that's extremely encouraging. As you know, we are, and you saw from my background, we're extensively involved now in the digital business. Our BetMGM platform domestically has reached a critical threshold. We're going to push about $2.6 billion of top line revenue through that business. And so it is doing well. It's in 28 or 29 states for sports betting, and all 5 of the 6 states for iGaming. And so that has become an integral piece of our business. And we ventured out a couple years ago and bought a company called Leo Vegas, which is also one of the subsidiaries I'm sure you saw there. We're now in 9 countries, and we just opened Brazil this year. And so we see that business growing as well. And we're excited by what that space brings. I do want to thank particularly the board for its clarity around predictive markets and predictive gaming. I think the clarity helps us. Obviously, we have some work to do in some other states, and you probably all followed that story closely. It's fascinating. It is without a doubt sports betting at full stop. And so we are going to do everything we can to keep an eye on what its activity case is, and ultimately see what we can do to make sure it comes in line with proper regulations, proper tax, et cetera. Our Macau business continues to boom. We came out of COVID strong. We've taken more than our fair share of that marketplace, given our scale and our size, and we're pleased by that. And our regional businesses, independent, we are market leading in 5 of the 8 markets that we're in, continue to do well. And so we're excited by that. We're excited by the overall tone of where those businesses are going. And so, generally, with the exception of what's happened over the course of this summer, feel good about where our business is going ultimately into the near future.
Well, thank you for that. We appreciate you being here. I'm going to ask my colleagues if you have any questions or comments.
I mean, I have a comment, but I think we should not neglect before we carry on, Mr. Hornbuckle. I think we all applaud what you and Mrs. Hornbuckle have announced for the philanthropic initiative that you're planning right now for Las Vegas. Actually so significant, so important for all of us. I actually have goosebumps right now as I'm saying
Thank
this.
you.
It was in the press over this past weekend. Perhaps you could elaborate briefly for the benefit of.
We are the largest metropolitan area in the country without a single standing children's hospital. Intermountain, which you've seen pop up now in the community often between sponsorships and things that they're doing to ingratiate themselves with this community, want to put the children's hospital together. We have done an arrangement with the UNLV and the research center for a piece of land that sits out on the research center land just off of 215. We have hopes of breaking ground this year. It's about $1 billion plus project. And my wife and I have agreed to step on board and help raise money towards this cause. It is desperately needed. We send 1,500 kids a year outside of the community. I have had stories literally of one of my employees who's a pilot. Son died in his car on the way to UCLA. What happens here in child health care cannot continue. And so we have stepped in with all that we can bring to the table, and we're going to make sure this thing happens. But thank you, George, for recognizing that.
We thank you, Mrs. Hornbuckle. Thank you, Chair.
Well, we got to get it done, but I appreciate it.
Commissioner Silver?
Thank you so much for being here today. The materials are very thorough. You're legendary here. You're beyond suitable. So I'm just happy to support your application, and thank you again for coming in person.
Thank you. I had to scramble to find a tie this morning.
Somehow I don't believe that. Okay.
When it's gold too, so even better. I echo Commissioner Silver's comments. I mean, obviously, your suitability is beyond question. But I did want to take a moment to congratulate you. We had the opportunity to have your son before us, I believe.
Sean,
Recently.
son-in-law.
Son-in-law,
Right.
yeah. And he seems like he's on just a tremendous track, and
He is.
good for you.
We're proud of him. He spent several years in Macau understanding that business. He spent several years in our marketing organization. Now he's become an operative, and now he'll oversee Cosmo and Aria of note, which obviously is integral to our company, our business. And so he is part of our future for sure.
Well, I'm sure you're proud of
I am.
him
Thank you.
and your daughter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Hornbuckle, it's always a pleasure to see you. I'm going to ask a couple questions. We don't want to make it too easy for you, but the hardest one is, could you describe your time when you overlapped at Caesars with Commissioner Marcantonus, and if it was a pleasurable
It
experience?
was an amazing experience. One of the best operatives the city's ever seen.
There you go. There are people waving in the back here, so there might be
Yeah,
another
The
story.
lawyer.
And I too have had a chance to meet your son-in-law and daughter in Macau when they were there, and they were just an absolute pleasure. And it's just wonderful to see our progeny tackle the world and come back home, and the things that they've learned. Just that breadth of experience to bring it back here is truly extraordinary. The meeting that you have with the Gaming Control Board and part of the rump discussion, certainly understand this is just cleanup. Not quite sure how some of these matters just didn't get tackled, but appreciate that today really is cleaning up, and certainly a stellar record and all good. And also want to do the shout out for just what your company does, not only for the philanthropic parts, which are extraordinary, but Walmart and Clark County School District might differ, but I believe MGM is the largest employer in the state of Nevada. Yeah,
Correct.
good.
Private.
Well, that means a whole lot for our community and our economy, and how people chase their lives. And again, I think that should always be noted, what your company means to the state and all the different branches, and the ripple effect throughout the state is profound. You've already talked a little bit about Macau, but I would like to talk about Asia just a little bit. I know Macau has been great, particularly Cotai, that side of the island. But if you wanted to talk about that, and also, well, we'll start with that.
Yeah, look, we've all seen the ups and downs of the Macau business in terms of the marketplace. I mean, at one point it was a $45 billion market, and put that in perspective, at the time Las Vegas was like 6. So and by the way, there were 6 licensees and 9 hotels, and it was 45 billion. It got in the mid-teens. Some of the regulatory environment came on pressured, particularly the junket operatives, and that market fell all the way down to 15 at one point. I think this year it's going to be projected between 31 and $32 billion. So it's alive, it's healthy. The Chinese government liaison office, which is critical there, has a great understanding with the local community, local government in terms of tourism and people back and forth across those borders. And so it is thriving, and we feel very positive the direction that it's going. Our other project, which we didn't necessarily mention, is Japan. I was just recently in Macau, and also took time to stop in Osaka. We are now, after 16 years at this, coming out of the ground. It is a $12 billion plus project. Will employ, things have gone up in pricing. Japan is seeing inflation for the first time in like the last 40 years. Great timing for us. But we'll have 12,000 employees. It'll be probably the world's largest casinos, if not the one of. And we look at the tremendous success that Sands is having in Singapore with great admiration and great hope. We'll be the only casino licensee in all of Japan with a population of 120 million people. And so we see that as a massive opportunity for the company. For the first time last week, saw the project beginning to come out of the ground and take shape. And after 16 years for all of us, it's been a long journey, but we think this is going to be a massive opportunity for the company and ultimately the industry and the country. It will be a gateway to the Kansai region and tourism, and we're excited about it, and so is the rest of the country.
And I know there's a large personal angle on this for you as well. Reading the documents, I didn't know you were born in Tokyo. So
Air Force brat.
You start your days in Japan, and as I understand it, with your agreement with the board, that as you someday take a step out of the heavy responsibilities, you'll transition into the Osaka property and make sure that all that you've worked for 16 years comes to a successful conclusion. Correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Halkyard must have his attention if it's gone from, I think it was 8 billion to 12 billion. He's earning
Well,
his.
it started at 10, and we always knew it was going to be a major project, but the way the yen went, it brought it down to like 8.5. The yen is still favorable, but inflation is really taking over there. And so we're pushing 12, but we still think it's going to be massively successful, even at that number, which is kind of a crazy number if you think about it.
Well, it's an interesting time in that neighborhood, even recent comments this week out of Osaka. Then the last, Nevada is always a leader in so many things in tourism, front and center. Could you talk a little bit about your USA travel chairmanship? I think you started that in February.
Yeah,
It's
sure.
a 2-year term, but that's pretty cool for Nevada, and kudos to you.
it's what, I had shared TTAP, which was, most of tourism is supposed to be housed in the Commerce Department. And unfortunately, America is one of the few places that doesn't have either a tourism commission or even a sports commission for that matter. And so when you think about government, you have, and you think about travel, you have parts of it in state getting visas. You have parts of it Homeland Security, FAA getting through airports. You have the function of tourism and promotion in commerce. And so it's this bifurcated animal that we, the industry, put a lot of time in trying to bring together, join together, and make sure people understand what's at stake. I think you saw this come to light a couple of weeks ago when we were all pushing very hard. We had a visit to the White House to talk about FAA, airports. Air travel is a massive commercial mindset for the country, and it's crucial. That message was carried through and I think was important. And hopefully in January, we don't see a remake of all of that. But the role is doing exactly that, is trying to bring the subject of travel together to a head so that important legislators understand what it means to the country. I mean, 1 in 13 jobs comes from our industry when you think about hospitality and tourism and travel in its totality. And so because it's bifurcated, it needs a real push to bring it all together so it hits home. Obviously, in this state, it's essential, but there are many other states, Florida, California, New York City, it's 55 million visitors, most of them international. The administration hasn't made some of this easy, but it is trying to help. It's put together a special task force around the Olympics, around America 250, around the World Cup. And so, trying to make it better. There was a 12 in the quote, big, beautiful bill. There's a $12 billion piece for FAA to begin to improve what literally is, in some instances, pieces of paper being passed along from one guy to the next. So a lot of work on all of that on behalf of the industry, really.
Wow. Those 1 in 13 jobs around the country, but as our Chinese friends like to say, may you live in interesting times. We are certainly in those times, but to have, your responsibilities are national and even a little beyond, but for you and your skills and network to be in that chair, but also be a Nevadan with great interest here, it serves us all well. But Mr. Hornbuckle, you and your company are profoundly important to the state. Your stewardship has been exemplary, and I'm absolutely delighted to support your application today, sir.
Yes, it's great to hear from you. I think, when you're on the outside looking at you, you think to yourself, how is someone who is so internationally busy as far as all the opportunities for your company that you have detailed here today? And, what I see with this philanthropic effort by you and your wife is it means zero in reduction to commitment to Nevada. Your commitment is there and it hasn't changed, and it's pretty remarkable, and we're thankful for it. And so we're happy to have you here. It's great to hear from you. We have some other industry, leaders and icons that, when we watch the board meetings, we learn quite a bit from people like you. So we're glad you're here. We appreciate you being here. And it's a no-brainer to support your application.
Thank you.
So at this time, I would call for a motion.
Madam Chair, if I may, it is my honor to move for approval of non-restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Madam Secretary. Is it number 1?
11.
11, excuse me, that's right, Mr. Digit. I'll start it again. Madam Chair, it's my
Don't tell
honor to
number
move
one,
for
okay.
approval of non-restricted item number 11 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you again.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Chairman. All right, Madam Secretary, could you please read into the record non-restricted number 2?
Non-restricted number 2 are the applications of Bobby Sue Real for licensure as a key employee as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval, and I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Thank you. Excuse me. Sound. Good morning. Thank you. Madam Chair, with respect to non-restricted item number 2. I would like to disclose for the record that I have a family member in a junior gaming role working at the Red Rock Resort. I believe that the independence of judgment of any reasonable person in my situation would not be materially affected by this, and I intend to fully participate in today's series. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, Madam Secretary, Mark Rubenstein of the law firm of Reed Rubenstein and Bogatz, here with the applicant, Bobby Reel. She gave a fairly detailed presentation on her background at the board meeting. She's happy to do so again, or we could just take questions, whatever your pleasure is.
Hello, it's nice to meet you. Good morning. I think we've all had the opportunity to either observe or read the comments that you made at the board meeting, so we appreciate you being here again. At this time, I will ask my colleagues if they have any questions or comments that they'd like to make. And I'll start with Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Sorry, it pushed it, thought I pushed it. Thank you for being here. I had the opportunity to watch the Gaming Control Board hearing and was satisfied with the responses you provided there. I commend you on just your advancement. It's nice to see people, you know, grow and within a company and be given opportunities. So I don't have any questions or concerns, and I'm happy to pass it to my colleague. Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't see the eye contact coming around the corner. Good morning. Pleasure to see you, meet you in person. Comments made at the Gaming Control Board meeting were spot on. I think no concerns, more awe at your capacity to multitask and oversee such a disparate group of interests and do it with a smile and skill set. So I have no issues. I think you're eminently qualified. You've already demonstrated that. Just surprises like your first time to be licensed, but you know, you've taken the long road here, but you know, you've arrived, and I'm delighted to support your application today.
Thank you. Commissioners Silver or Marcantonis?
Nothing further from me, Chair. I also was impressed with everything that I heard at the Gaming Control Board presentation.
Hi, thank you for being here. I was very impressed with your presentation at the board. I want to really, what was highlighted in your application was that you're a Boulder City High School graduate. And I grew up in Boulder City as well. So I'm also a Screaming Eagle. And I thought that's pretty cool that two people that grew up in a small town with no gaming where we are today. So I'm happy to support your application, and thank you again for being here.
Thank you. I echo the comments of my colleagues. I don't have any additional questions. We do appreciate you being here. And, you know, we know it's been kind of a long process since you started getting here, but that's by no fault of your own. And I think, you know, it's great to have you as a licensee. So I support your application as well, and I'm going to call upon my colleagues for someone to make a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 2 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you. All right. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 5.
Non-restricted number 5 are the applications of Peppermill Casinos, Inc. and Wendover Casinos, Inc. for a waiver of the provisions of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Tagliaghi, members of the commission, Madam Secretary, Frank Schreck, representing the applicants. I can give you an overview of where we've been and where we are, if you'd like.
Sure, real quick.
That'd be helpful.
That'd be great.
From a regulatory standpoint, this commission approved the transfers of the Peppermill and the Wendover shares from the two PCI trusts to Mr. and Mrs. Sino, and then immediately after that to a trust, the Mr. Sino Trust number 1. We had expected and hoped for a resolution in the court by the time before the 6 months ran out. We didn't get it. So on June 26th, this commission reapproved those applications. Where we stand right now is that the court had ruled in May of 2025 that the transfers could be made. The court stayed that to give the parties a chance until September 19th to mediate and try to hopefully resolve the family issues and have a happy ending. Unfortunately, it came true at least partially with Albert III. He negotiated a settlement. David chose not to, and he's appealed it. So the court, because of that appeal, stayed the order prohibiting or allowing the transfer to occur with respect to David until that appeal runs. I'm advised that it could take up to 2 years. So unless they settle or that appeal is finally heard in approximately 2 years, there will be no transfer to David. With respect to A3, we were very optimistic and hopeful when he very cooperatively settled the matter with his father. Unfortunately, since that time, he's retrenched. He has failed to go through with the settlement. So it appears that the attorneys are going to have to force that issue in court and have the settlement effectuated by court order.
Okay, so this may sound like an odd question and maybe you're relying on others for this and don't have an answer, but if you don't, that's fine. Is this an appellate review that's dedicated to just probate, like an appellate court that only does probate, or this is just their time track for appeals? Because it seems pretty quick, actually.
I don't know. I couldn't answer whether it's a specialty appellate court, but I know they told me that they expect about 2 years.
Okay, I was just curious. Does anyone else have any questions or comments? Okay, well, we appreciate you being here, in case anyone had any questions or comments. At this time.
Madam Chair.
Oh, go ahead.
I mean, I'm sorry, just to clarify.
Sorry.
Mr. Schreck, always a pleasure to see you.
I
It's
see.
nice to
Yes,
see
sir.
a gaming icon, all the decades you've put into this industry in Nevada. I know it was dwelt on and I know it's a condition, but just confirm, this is for a 2-year extension?
Yes.
Okay. And nothing that we say or do here today affects the legal case in any way. It just an extension and there's no implication of, approval of different parts of the legal process occurring, correct?
That's correct. The commission has already approved the transfer. So basically that issue is now in California. It's just being delayed because of the litigation in California. We were hoping and still believe that this commission and the control board are out of that issue.
Good. Just wanted to hear that reassurance and I'm fine. I fully support the application today. I feel like we visit this item quarterly. It's a longtime friend now.
That's why I asked for 2 years.
So just for the record, so we won't be seeing you if there is a ruling in 2 years or less that is favorable. And there's not some kind of remand of some kind. Otherwise, if there was for further proceedings or there wasn't a decision, we would be looking at another extension potentially, correct?
That's all this commission would be involved in, would be another extension, would never be back involved in the specifics of the transfer.
Right, unless there was something that came out of that lawsuit that was new information that was shocking, which I can't imagine since it's been litigated ad nauseum. We would not be hearing this again once there was a ruling that affirmed the lower court or there was some new information that got the attention of the board.
That's
Fair?
correct.
Okay,
That's correct.
all right. So does anyone have a motion they wish to make?
I guess I'll make the motion. Madam Chair, I move for the approval of non-restricted item number 5 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed.
Thank you very much.
Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 6?
Non-restricted number 6 is the application of Gil Rodham for licensure as a key executive at IGT. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, Greg Giordano, the law firm McDonald Carano, appearing on behalf of the company IGT, and with the applicant here before you, Gil Rodham, to my right. He's applying for licensure as a key employee as a chief executive officer of Play Digital. I know you probably read transcript of the board meeting and so forth, but if you'd like, I could have Mr. Rodham give another brief explanation of his training, background, experience, and be happy to take questions after that.
Sir, we're very pleased to have you here and would love it if you'd introduce yourself and give us a quick intro.
Good morning. So my name is Gil Rodham. I've been in the industry since 2002. Started at 888 in Antigua, Gibraltar. As I mentioned before, my background is technical. So I started as running the tech and IT teams, slowly moved more to operational role. Then in 2007, I joined Bet365 in the UK to build the gaming team. I spent 10 years with Bet365 until 2007, building the gaming and part of the board of directors. 2017, I stepped down and stayed another 4 years as a contractors, building their in-house gaming and do some other consultancy jobs. 2020, I was approached by IGT to review their business with the question of what do we need to do to become the #1 supplier in North America. Said before, after a few months, I gave my recommendation, and then I was offered to take my recommendation and make them real. And I said I moved from a consultant to the executive role. 3 years later, we became #1, and we were acquired by Apollo in the last, closed the deal in July 1st. I've been there, so when I joined IGT, Play Digital, I was the president for Play Digital. And then in end of March 2024, promoted to the president for the, again, to all Play Digital. And now with the restructure, became the CEO. It's a similar role, it just combined IGT and every digital.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And appreciate you being here today in person to speak to us, meet us, and answer any questions. So thank you. At this time, I would ask my colleagues, any questions or comments? Commissioner Marcantonis.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Rodham. You know, I was fascinated when you were presenting in front of the Gaming Control Board. You've been in the industry, you said, since 2002. You first wrote code 15 years ago or something. Was there even code around then, or has time just flown past me? I mean, where was the background education to actually be able to achieve that at such a young age?
Well, I'm not that young. I'm 53.
Today, that's not 15 years ago.
No. But when I studied computer science.
Okay.
So my background was technical. So I was doing some. So before I joined the industry, I was working in some startups. I grew up in Israel. So I think when you mentioned a town with no gaming, I grew up in a state with no gaming. Funny enough, quite a lot are involved in it. And then I was on startups and doing tech, R&D manager in startup. And then one day I got a call from 888 if I'm interested in relocation. And this is how I end up with a job. And when I joined the industry, I knew there's blackjack, there's roulette, and pretty much that's it. And then I realized, when I joined, I was running the databases and everything. So I learned the business really from the code, because those days we were writing, this is a pre-2002, pre-regulation, passive regulation. We wrote the code. So it was a Visual Basic, it was databases, C++. So I learned the industry really from from how to do the payment, how to do the software, how the algorithms of the games, the security, database optimization, and everything. So that was my background. And then slowly I just moved from the tech roles to more operational. So to do more promotions, admin, tech. So just move slowly to do a more business oriented. End up as a deputy CEO with 888. And then when I joined Bet365, it was really to build a gaming platform. What helped me the technical background, and even today, is that although today, you know, my daughter studied Python, and I told her, listen, when I grew up, there was no Python. I just started with Java. But the language is language. You know, the algorithm is algorithm. So even when I talk with my guys about how we need to do what we need to do, at least I understand the flow from the base to the execution. Again, this is numbers, and gaming is about numbers. Code is, you know, one of the things that I always like on computer is that the computer is always right. Even when there's problems, it's because what you wrote. It's not necessarily. So that's how I end up doing it, and I enjoy that, and I'm enjoying what I do now.
Thank you. Comprehensive answer and a very impressive background. I'll have no hesitation supporting you today for a fine company that you're with. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair.
I just want to thank you too. I echo the comments of my fellow commissioner. Thank you for coming. You have more than an impressive background, and I fully support your application. Thank you.
I have a quick question. So we have a lengthy list of licensing that you've had throughout many states. And I was just curious, there are two applications that were submitted in May and June of 24 respectively that were withdrawn in Colorado and Tennessee. And so one was listed you as principal qualifier for the Tennessee license. And so it says the date of initial application was May 2nd of 24. And it just says withdrawn. That was the status. I don't know if that's because of your change to.
So I took over probably at that point, maybe Joe Asher was licensed there. I took over the sports book, you know, and others. I think when Joe left, end of June, July 2024.
Okay, so when you had the Colorado Division of Gaming also was in June of the application date shows as June 28th, 24. Or 26, depending on what an appropriately adjusted prescription for my glasses would allow. Shows withdrawn. Same reason we think?
Probably. Yeah.
Okay. I was just curious. You're obviously qualified, so I have no additional questions. We show 2 withdrawn licensing matters within the last 9 months, and I was just curious if it was because of the change or what. So thank you.
Quick question. Ms. Rowan, thank you for being with us today. I just had a quick question. It indicates your business address is in Las Vegas, but you still reside in Israel.
Yeah.
How do you split your time?
I'm here almost every week. I think when I joined IGT, we lived in London. So that was, I think my daughter, because I was of Bet365, and then we stayed in London. I always said I'm going to travel. I travel about 2 weeks a month. I'm here, I think I arrived yesterday. I'm leaving from tomorrow. And I'm here again on the 3rd. And in between, I travel between either London and some other offices, meeting customers, of course. So I travel. It was a decision that was, again, I do what I love. And I think this is one of the reasons I'm doing it. My family supports it. You know, when I leave, sometimes my 11-year-old daughters complain, but she's 11. It's the age that I can get you something from Lululemon or something works. But that's it. So between when I stepped down in 2017 and I became a contractor, the reason I came back to the industry and started full time because I was bored. So I enjoy it. I think my wife, the family knows it. So it's part of my life.
I'm sorry, I was curious, with two youngish teenage girls, I thought that might be difficult. So they're in Israel.
Yeah.
And you just travel as needed amongst the various offices. Okay, thank you.
Youngish teenage girls is when you do travel.
Well, I hope they're not teenage yet. There's only 11 and 13. The 13 is like, yeah.
It gets better after like 16.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are they writing code?
One is playing football, soccer,
Oh,
and I love it. So on Monday, so I was supposed to fly on Monday night. I postponed because she had a game on Monday. She scored 2 goals. She gave an assist. She was so happy. I was even happier. It was like, yeah.
Boker Tov.
Yeah, okay, so
You know, I had the same question as Commissioner Soltis Rainey, and I know you discussed in the Gaming Control Board, but oh my goodness, because you live in Ramat Hasharon, correct? In Tel Aviv. 10-hour time difference, 11 hours, 10 hours now. You know, how do you manage, because you said planning and management are your 2 primary responsibilities at this point in time. But, you know, I heard your answer that you travel a lot, but you're also not traveling every 2 weeks. And could you just go a little bit more on that side, on how you handle your responsibilities and the reporting and who you report to those 2 weeks that you're outside of Tel Aviv?
So I report to the soon to join the CEO. So Hector also is not, he didn't join yet. So right now,
Your direct report.
my direct
to the
report is
CEO.
Nick Keen for now. And because of the time difference, I have the mornings pretty much open. So usually my day starts around 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock Israel time, because I have teams also in the UK. We have team in Serbia, and I have people in Canada, in Rhode Island. So it's quite across the time zone. Usually the West Coast, the first meetings we try to start doing them around 4 o'clock or 6 o'clock Israel time, because it's 8 a.m. here. It's the same in Romania, so 6 p.m. And then it just go usually until around 1 a.m., 2 a.m. every night. I try to have a break at around somewhere between 8 to 10 in the evening. So, you know, I spend some time with my daughters. And then 10 o'clock, they all go to sleep. So,
And how many folks report to you?
so I have a direct report, currently 4.
How many?
4.
4.
And then I have the other function of the business that we have a matrix. So we have the compliance, I have legal, HR, and tech.
You know, on your CV, I see the Histadrut was part of your training. In my banking days, that was a client of mine. So fascinating, more of a labor union, but you got a certification through the Histadrut early on in your career.
Yeah, so because I was born in December, I had time. I had time after I finished my high school before I go to the army. So you can do like another year, and then you get like a certificate, like a technician.
And you're completely separated from the IDF, no Miluim responsibilities. What age does that stop?
So usually at probably around the age of 40, 42, again, on a, I would say something funny, on a normal years, although, you know, what you consider normal in our region is not necessarily considered normal somewhere else. But because I left Israel when I was 29, then I was basically, since then, I was not doing any reserve, anything, because I was not a resident of Israel until 2 years ago when we came back. And now when I came back, it's too old.
And I saw the rank was officer, but what were you in the IDF when you left?
Wow, how it's called? So it's like I had like HR. So it wasn't. I got injured playing basketball, so nothing.
That's a good kind.
Yeah, nothing really.
It's really equivalent of a Purple Heart for basketball. In
Yeah,
general.
then I went to the officer course, and it was like a non-combat.
And last question, how did you accumulate 3 passports? I mean, it's interesting to me,
So
especially if
Israeli-
you were in Israel till the age of 29.
So Israeli is easy. A British passport the same because we lived in the UK for 16 years, for 2007 until 2023. And the Hungarian one, my dad was born in Hungary. So when I moved to the UK, it was easier to travel and do all the stuff with a European passport. I got it via my dad.
The UK is not an EU passport anymore.
And now that's what I said, I have Israeli passport, EU passport, Hungarian and British passport.
You managed to keep it all together, and you managed to make happy an 11-year-old young lady with a little bit of Lululemon. I should have learned that one a long time ago with my 3 daughters. But again, thank you for indulging some of those questions. You've been licensed in so many jurisdictions. Welcome to this one, and I will fully support your application. And IGT, I believe, is very fortunate to have your services. And again, you're juggling the globe, but you managed to do it well, and good on you.
Well, if there's no additional questions or comments, does anyone have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 6 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Congratulations. Thank you for being here in person. Get some
Yep.
sleep.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, that brings us, I believe, to non-restricted number 7.
Non-restricted number 7 is the application of Tate Operations Irrevocable Trust for registration as a holding company. You also have the applications of Carson City Gaming Company LLC, Fernley Nugget Corporation, and WCW Corporation for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda, and for the approval of continuous transfers of interest as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of Lowell Chichester, Abby Tate, Carter Tate, and Tate Operations Irrevocable Trust for finding of suitability as a shareholder, member, trustee, or beneficiary as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Sally Aloyan, and I am an enrolled agent. I assist Scott and Christy Tate with gaming applications and other gaming matters related to their gaming licenses. I do not provide legal advice. We would like to extend our gratitude to you, Chair Tagliati, for permitting Abby Tate and Carter Tate to participate remotely from their respective college campuses. And a special thanks to Executive Secretary Rupert, who reached out to us over the past weekend concerning our approval of our remote appearances. So thank you very much for that. Lowell Chichester, Scott Tate, and Christy Tate are present here in Carson City and are available to answer any questions regarding the applications before you today. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Well, we appreciate you being here. Do we have Ms. Tate and Carter Tate on?
Yes, they're appearing on the screen remotely.
Maybe for you. Let's see. Hold on. Ms. Tate, could you speak so that it'll come up on our screen?
Good morning.
Good morning. It's nice to see you. I can't stand it. I need an update. Do you have any news?
No news, still waiting.
Okay, so I have someone very close to me that went through this process last year. I call it Game of Thrones. If I had no idea how insanely rigorous and challenging the application process is for medical school. It is insane. So I give you a lot of credit for, you just kind of went, I'm in the cycle. And I'm thinking to myself, oh, you poor thing. Right? And so I was just curious, it's early, so there's nothing to worry about, right? I was just curious, any interviews, any updates, but it's early, so it's okay. But I was just curious, how many schools did you apply to?
This cycle, I applied to 3 schools, 2 in Nevada and 1 outside of Nevada.
Okay, so you didn't do the 20 school craziness.
That's the plan for if this doesn't go according as hoped. So we will see what happens in the future.
I understand. And so I wish you the best of luck. So how long has it been since you lived in Nevada? Since right before college?
Yes. So
You went to high
after-
school?
Correct, in
Okay.
Nevada.
Yes, I remember that from the meeting. And so under the rules for the universities here and there's an osteopathic school and there's 3 medical schools, right? Like traditional medical schools. And so their rules are, if you are attending, you're still a resident, right? If you're attending educational programming out of state, you're still considered a Nevada resident.
That's my understanding. Yes.
Okay, well, you're so getting interviews. It's ridiculous. It's coming.
I've had 2 interviews so far.
Oh, you did have 2?
Yes, but I just am waiting to hear back upon those. So
Yes. And then do all of those have rolling admissions?
I don't know how they advertise it, but traditionally, I'd say in the meaning of the term, yes.
So every month they're getting together, they're doing their calls, and you're holding your breath till you want to pass out.
Essentially, yes. I'm
Yes.
just waiting to hear once a month. And some are more transparent than others, so we'll see.
Well, I applaud you for that undertaking. It is not what you have done and your few years to be able to be in this position, to be seriously considered by any medical school, without question, makes you someone who's driven and working hard, and at your age, having zero problem as far as I'm concerned for support of this application. And so I just wanted to ask you some questions because I'm fascinated with the process, to be honest. It couldn't be further from being a lawyer. So that's why I'm so interested in it. So thank you for that. And I don't want to leave Carter out. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Hi, it's nice to see you. Thank you for being here. I hope you're not missing any classes.
I'm missing one, but that's okay. I can miss this one.
Okay, good. I'm sorry. Hopefully you can get notes from someone. We do appreciate you being here. And you're a little earlier in your educational path. But I'm sorry if I know what you did for your internship. I know about your wrestling. I know about your school. And I'm sorry if I missed it when I was watching the meeting, but do you have an idea of what you want to do as far as like long-term? You may have talked about it and I'm sorry, I'm just not recalling.
No problem. Initially out of college, I'm looking for something related to software engineering and data analytics. After that, I'd like to maybe eventually move into some sort of management role, but I'm not sure. Things change.
Yeah, well, at your age, you get to change your mind as much as you want. I was just curious. And as you sit here now, do you think you'll come back to Nevada, or you think you have an interest to be somewhere else?
Still very undecided. I like Reno a lot, so I might move back there, but I don't know.
It depends on what opportunities arise.
Yes.
Well, your parents did a great job with you guys, and it's really a pleasure to have you here. I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any questions for either one of you, or Mr. Tate or Mr. Chichester. So I'll open it up to any questions or comments.
I had a quick question. I'm sorry. I had a quick question for Abby with regards to the master's program that you're in. How long is that?
It is 1 year, so graduation should be in May.
Okay, so you'll finish with your master's degree in Maine, hopefully start medical school in the fall.
Hopefully.
Fingers crossed. I'm equally impressed. I mean, you're both very driven. I'm very impressed that you both have retirement accounts, that you're, working hard towards your goals. And I see nothing but bright things ahead for you. So good luck.
Thank you.
To the Tate family, welcome. What a pleasure it is well, we've met some of you before, but now we get the next generation. I think all of the commissioners here have college age or just past college age kids. So whatever the Tates put in the water in Northern Nevada, you should sell some of that. But I just, parents who do those things, I give tribute. Mr. Tate, I actually think you reached out to my wife once upon a time because we had moved high schools for some educational opportunities or trying to get the right things. So I know you moved from Fallon, so you could go to Bishop Minogue High School, I believe. So, it does take a family to do those things, but you all did it exquisitely well. I was just in St. Louis last week, Abby. That is, Mom lives down the street in Kirkwood, not far from the Clayton area where you are down at WashU. Just tell me that you like Lion's Choice fast food and Ted Drew's custard.
I do.
There you go. That's a right answer. But no, I wish you the best. I know how fraught and anxiety filled the times are waiting for that news of the next substantial step. So we're all hoping they're with you. Carter, I think one of the most prescient things I learned about you all and Chairman Dreitzer is, Chairman Dreitzer, I can see how your hair could freeze, but Chairman Dreitzer, your hair froze too on those court days in Cornell.
I had a bit more of it back then, yes.
I was going to let you say that, but yes, now the Finger Lakes is certainly a chilly place. But the estate planning going on, I think is wonderful, and the comfort that the Tate family has in the next generation is obviously very well placed, and I wish you well. I do have a question for Mr. Tate Senior. How's the Tahoe Nugget going? We haven't seen you really since then, and I drive by it all the time. How's it going?
By the way, it's snowing right now at your house. But the Tahoe Nugget.
Mrs. Kerlicki can handle the snow blower.
Right, she can handle
stronger than I am.
But excuse me, the Tahoe Nugget's been good. It's a challenging environment to operate in that it's very different and unique to the other markets in which our company operates. Been really good to stretch my mind and educate me, which I'm thankful for. Personnel up there is a little challenging. TRPA is a little challenging to navigate with respect to signage and things of that nature. But we're really blessed. It's been good, and it's been a positive move for sure for our company.
Yeah, excellent. It's nice to see activity in a nicely paved parking lot for others to use. You support a couple of restaurants around you. I'm not a sushi guy, but the sushi folks take advantage. And then a quick question for Mr. Chichester. Are you related to Ross Chichester and Minden and that family, or are you just same named?
No, we're all related. His dad and my dad were brothers, so we're first cousins.
All right. Well, you come from an exquisite family. The Chichesters have been very essence of Carson Valley for, since they homesteaded, and they are just such a pleasure. And so the Tates made another exceptional decision in raising you to be the trustee. So, all good. But I am thrilled to support this. It's all the right reasons. This is a great family story. It's exciting to watch. If we could put a condition on it, I do want to know where Abby gets to go to medical school, if you can let us know that in the future. But this is a great Nevada family story. Congrats to you, and certainly and obviously support the application today.
Any questions or comments?
I feel like we totally invested, as Commissioner Kerlicki has just said, after the multiple appearances, in the success of these two young people. I feel awkward even calling them by their first name. I mean, next time you appear in front of us, probably whatever that is, 10 years from now, whenever it is, you'll be Dr. Tate, we'll be referring to you as, and maybe Carter, you'll be with WWE, I don't know, the CEO or something with those guys. But congratulations to all of you. I echo everyone's sentiments. Great family, no hesitation in supporting you all. Well done. Thank you, Chair.
Just echoing the comments of all of my colleagues, these two are incredible young people, and thank you all for being here.
All right, at this time, do any of my colleagues have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 7 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much for being here today and appearing before both the board and the commission. Thank you and good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, Madam Secretary, if you could please read in our next agenda item, number 8.
Non-restricted number 8 are the applications of Boomers Sportsbook LLC doing business as Boomers Sportsbook, doing business as Ojos Locos Sports Cantina y Casino, Racebook and Sports Pool, doing business at Ojos Locos Sports Cantina y Casino for a non-restricted gaming license, Racebook and Sports Pool only, and for licensure to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering. It is also the application of Lucky Lucy D LLC doing business as Ojos Locos Sports Cantina y Casino to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from the Racebook and Sports Pool, including off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering, operated by Boomers Sportsbook, doing business as Ojos Locos Sports Cantina y Casino, Racebook and Sports Pool. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, and Madam Secretary. For the record, Gina Cerrone, Vice President of Legal and Compliance of Boomer Sportsbook, appearing on behalf of the applicant, Boomer Sportsbook. Joining virtually is Boomer's President and CEO, Joe Asher, whom I will turn any questions over to. In attendance on behalf of Ojos Locos Sports Cantina and Casino is Attorney Dennis Gutwald, who will appear after this matter.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for granting the waiver. I'm out of town on a pre-existing commitment and very much appreciate you letting me appear by video. And it's an honor to be with you and fellow commissioners today. You've heard or read the transcripts from the presentation in front of the Gaming Control Board. We're seeking licensure to operate race and sports book at the Ojos Locos Cantina and Casino in North Las Vegas. It'll be a kiosk only establishment that's at the preference of the owners of the property. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have with respect to the application or anything else.
Well, we appreciate you being here. We did all, I think, watch the meeting, and it's, you know, when we have somebody with your experience level and whatnot, it's like almost like we reaching out to you, asking consultant questions. Why not? You're here. So I don't have any additional questions. I did find that meeting fascinating and hearing your views on things fascinating, but I don't have any questions related to this item. But I will ask my colleagues if they have any questions or comments.
Mr. Asher, thanks again for appearing today. I really enjoyed your presentation at the board. I just had one quick question. I wasn't sure, you said that you were going to have some Boomer employees there or staff there to assist during busy times on site to help them with their mobile accounts, but that most of the time staff wouldn't be there on a regular basis. So I was just curious as to why that was.
Well, it's a kiosk only establishment. There's no manned or staffed counter. in order to conserve space. The property is taking back the space that currently has the counter. What our intent is, and obviously it can always evolve, but the intent is to have what we would call a Boomers ambassador, someone to help folks who are needing assistance with respect to signing up for a mobile account. And also we're training staff of Ojos Locos as well. It's a fairly easy process to sign up for the account. You can do it all on your phone, but you must be physically present at the property and in proximity to the sports betting kiosks in order to finalize the application. And then somebody in our office verifies the information. So it doesn't appear that it's the sort of thing where you'd have full-time staff out there, since they're not writing any bets. It's really to facilitate the mobile signups. So that's the thinking.
All right, and I also noticed that I was fascinated with your about you talking about Jalen Hurts, because are you from Philly?
I'm from Wilmington, Delaware, so a lifelong Eagles fan.
Oh, perfect. So am I. Well, that's all I needed to hear. I approve. No, that's it. Well, and I'm fascinated with Jalen Hurts every week. That's why when you start talking about he's so inconsistent, I mean, my goodness, he makes it fun. That's for sure. So thank you again for being here.
Thank you, Commissioner.
If Mr. Asher, welcome. I've been so good with you until you mentioned you're a Philadelphia Eagles fan. I may have to do some more grueling interviewing with you here. I echo Chair Tagliati's comments. I always learn from you when you appear in front of us, but you do it in a very gracious way, and you're responding really to, I think, critically important questions by the Gaming Control Board members. I said it before, during these interesting times, we're seeing much activity in the sports betting arena that is perhaps uncomfortable, we'll say that the least, but your insights and your chops in this space really are an important thing. And I'm sure the Gaming Control Board will take your and other people's conversations and maybe contemplate how we might do this a little bit better. But it was a very informative exchange. Wasn't really why you were in front of us, but always appreciate it when you are to learn these things. Could you describe, you use the term ambassadors at your kiosk during busy times. So I'm probably following up on Justice Silver's comments, but are those ambassadors, is there any special training that's required for them, or they're just employees who show you how to use the app and put you in there, and there's no additional requirement other than they're just your sign-up coach on in the space?
Thanks for the question, Commissioner. They can be employees or part-time contractors. It's actually a mixture of both. And the things that they're trained with respect to the sign-up process on the app, how it works, the various steps that a customer would go through. And then also in explaining the sign-up offer, we want to make sure folks who are signing up understand what the offer is and how it works. So I would say those are the two main aspects of the training. And then obviously you want someone with a general understanding of sports betting. With respect to Ojos Locos in particular, some of the folks who are employees and working at the other properties, the intent is for them to come over during what we think might be busy sign-up times to be the ones to be the ambassadors.
Good. And no grass growing under the feet. You plan with, should there be approval today, you're going to launch tomorrow?
Yes, sir.
Good for you. Well, I suspect we'll be seeing you and Ms. Savone regularly as you continue to increase your footprint in the state as the only independent sports book. That's a good phrase, but completely support your application. Good on you. Godspeed as you move forward.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, I thought I turned it on. I went on and off. It's a pleasure to have you with us, Mr. Asher. I just had a quick related question to the ambassadors. Are those employees ones that have gaming registrations?
Certainly, obviously, the ones who are our employees are registered. I'm not sure whether the others are required to be registered or not. We're probably going to get them registered just out of an abundance of caution, but I'm not sure if they need to be registered.
Okay. All the transaction, I mean, they help the customer register, and I assume all the financial transactions are online on the devices. Is that correct?
Yes, and folks can also deposit. I believe folks can deposit money in cash into the kiosks as well to fund an account.
Okay, but they're not depositing anything directly with the ambassadors, or they're not handling any money.
They are not handling cash. That's correct.
All right. Yeah, I was just curious about that because obviously they're, they are a little bit tangentially involved, but they are directly interacting with customers and potentially giving them advice on gaming and such. So it seems like a wise decision to go ahead and have them registered. That's all I had. I mean, what number is this for you as far as the book?
Well, this will be the 5th. And then there are another 5 applications currently pending with the board.
Well, you're on track for the number you thought you'd be at by the end of the year. So congratulations. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, there's no additional comments or questions. I would ask if there's a motion. Someone would make a motion.
As to the Boomer side? Or both?
I
'Cause I think they were presented.
think on this side, can we just split it up? They split it up.
Because it's limited.
Did they split it up at the board? Do you remember?
There's 2 motions.
Previously, it was addressed as 2 separate matters. When looking at the agenda, we have it as 2 separate matters, but kind of lumped into.
I thought it was 2 separate matters. So why don't we vote on one and then we'll hear the other one and vote on that one?
All right, with respect to non-restricted item number 8 as it pertains to Boomer Sportsbook, I move for approval of that item as read into the record and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
now we can move to the second part of this agenda item. I'd like to call it 8A and B, but we don't do that.
Already read the agenda, so I think we're good. Dennis Gutwald with the law firm of McDonald Carano. With me today is Seth Shore, one of the owners of Lucky D. Off to my right is Robert Wright, who's the Vice President of Operations. And in the audience is General Counsel Joe Kane. With your permission, we'll talk about the audit violations that led to the 2-year limitation briefly. Seth will talk a little bit about them as well, and then we'll open it up for questions.
Thank you.
So there was an audit in 2023 that concluded in 2023. There were a number of violations that Lucky Lucy D addressed and took care of, but there were a number, and they had a subsequent audit that concluded in 2025. There was one recurring item and a number of essentially new violations. And the board had concerns over the number of violations that were there, and they put a 2-year limitation on it. The violations as a whole resulted in very little, didn't involve a whole lot of money. It ultimately resulted in about a $5,000 additional tax that came through. 14,000, there was one error that led to a 14,000 overstatement in taxes, and then another error that led to another 19,000 understatement in taxes, and that was 5,000. Throw in 2,000 in interest, and Lucky Lucy D paid that without objection. The mistakes that occurred, there was kind of a confluence of events. There was a complete casino remodel. There was a complete transition to an entirely new slot system that caused a lot of the issues. And they had an auditor that had good experience, but it was limited. And what they needed was an auditor that was much more versed in all of the operations of the business. They'd brought somebody over from one of the major hotels. And so again, there was stuff that should have been caught that was missed. Of course, it wasn't intentional. There wasn't a lot, but we can talk about the actual mistakes that were made if you'd like. But the bottom line is Lucky Lucy D acknowledges the mistakes and they're going to correct them. And with that, I'll leave it for Seth.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Chair Dreitzer, I want to begin by stating that our organization takes the results of this audit very seriously. As the CEO of Fifth Street Gaming and someone who has devoted my entire career to this industry, I fully understand a gaming license is a privilege, and I approach that responsibility with the highest level of respect and diligence. The audit identified several areas where our documentation and internal processes did not meet the standards we set for ourselves. These were not the result of intentional or unethical conduct. Rather, they stemmed from clerical errors, a transition between systems, and some inconsistencies during a period of operational change. While each issue on its own was minor, we understand the cumulative effect warranted concern, and we take that seriously. In response, we have taken proactive steps to strengthen our systems. This includes enhancing oversight of our audit-related functions, moving forward with engaging an external firm to conduct semi-annual independent reviews, and implementing more direct executive involvement in the audit preparation and review process. We have operated this property for nearly 20 years without any major issues, and we remain committed to the highest standards of regulatory compliance. We view this as an opportunity to improve, to tighten up our internal procedures, and to reinforce the culture of responsibility that has always guided our operations. I am confident that the measures we are taking will prevent these types of issues from recurring and will ensure our organization remains fully aligned with the expectations of the Nevada Gaming Control Board and this commission. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. This time I'll open it up to my colleagues for any questions or comments.
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. Gentlemen, welcome. Good morning. The conversation of the Gaming Control Board was extensive. I'm sure it was all a pleasure to hear as well. But the comments about, audits and omissions and errors, you do it once, you learn from it, and it doesn't happen again. But as I think Chair Dreitzer said, you said that last time we fixed everything, and that was 23, and it happened again. So I'm not here to, just belabor it, but hopefully with the addition of the independent firm overlooking your shoulder, and has that firm been secured? Are they?
We're in the process. It will be. We started the process last week, and they will be engaged very soon.
By year end or after?
By year end.
Okay. Well, that's great news. But again, I hear you, I believe you, you've heard us, believe us, and those noisy issues, which are terribly important issues, shan't happen again. And I believe that's the case, but I thought it was, I know it's a bit of a headache, but it's appropriate for the 2-year limitation just to make sure everything's going according to plan. But good on you, and I'm delighted and to support your application today.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I echo those comments. I appreciate the steps that you're taking to correct them. The nature of the errors are what concerned me. Obviously they weren't intentional. They weren't anything that was intended to misappropriate or misrepresent anything. I mean, we'd be having a different discussion if that were the case. They do seem like clerical and oversight, but they were the nature that they're a little bit more systemic. So I agree that the limitation will just give you a chance to give the property a chance to demonstrate that they have it under control and that they're taking it seriously. recurring, purely mistakes or clerical violations or something that's gonna happen. I mean, that's just in the nature of the business, but not of this type. So I appreciate the steps you're taking and I have no problem supporting your application. Thank you.
I echo to the comments of my fellow commissioners. I was just curious as to a couple of years ago, there was a lot of litigation in the Supreme Court with a buy-sell with Lucky Lucy's. No? I could have sworn there was a Lucky Lucy. No?
There was
Where-
litigation.
Yeah, where
Due to
they, I
COVID.
think there was something with COVID
Yeah.
and then something fell through with a buy sell. So
Yeah.
I was just curious as to what happened with that. Oh, maybe I figured that council would know. Okay. And I didn't know if that had anything to do with some of the discrepancies or problems that was going on.
It didn't have to do with that, but we're happy to catch you up on it.
Okay.
Morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Joe Kane, General Counsel for the company. Yes, we did have a case that went in front of the Supreme Court. It had to do with the property being under a sale agreement. Deposit went hard, and there was a dispute as to who got to keep the deposit, essentially. There was some interesting, I won't bore you with all the details, but we lost in the district court, appealed it to the Supreme Court, and we got a verdict in our favor.
Oh, I knew it was like affirmed in part, like reversed in part. So then you went back and you had a jury trial or a trial and then you got a verdict.
No,
you
it was
said?
decided at the
Oh,
Supreme
okay.
Court level, and so the
Okay.
deposit was.
You said the word verdict, so I
yeah.
was like,
I apologize, misspoke in terms of my selection of words, but yes, we prevailed. We got the deposit. We felt very strongly about it. We felt that the case law and the facts and the unique aspects of the contract were very much in our favor, and which is why we pursued it and took it all the way to that level. Because when you think about the litigation costs, the amount in controversy wasn't that huge, but as a matter of principle, we felt the need to pursue it. There was an attorney's fees clause, so we got our attorney's fees, so it was a great outcome for us. And to answer your other question, it has nothing to do with any of this that we're talking about today. So
thank you for updating us on that. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll turn it over to Commissioner.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Shaw. I've been very satisfied with the explanations, both to the Gaming Control Board and listening to you today. And look, it goes back to that it's two occasions, almost like two strikes, but I'm very confident that you'll stick within the conditions and we won't be having to face any repercussions on that. Happy to support you today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
So I don't have anything to add to anything that my colleagues have said. I agree with, everything that was said regarding the history here. And so at this time, I would ask or call upon one of my colleagues to make a motion for Part B.
Madam Chair, with respect to
Right.
non-restricted item number 8, as it pertains to Lucky Lucy's application to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from the race and sportsbook pool, et cetera, I move for approval of that item as recommended by the Gaming Control Board, with subject to the 2-year limitation.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much for
Thank
being
you.
here.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Okay, at this time, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. It is 11:34. We're going to come back at 11:45. So I guess 11 minutes. And that means you, Krolicki. Social butterfly.
On my honor, I will do my best.
That's funny.
Okay, we're back on the record aren't we? Is the court reporter there? Yes, okay. We're back on the record, and I believe that brings us now to restricted items held out for discussion. Restricted number 1. Madam Secretary, if you could read that into the record, please.
Restricted number 1 is the application of Red Apple Market for a restricted gaming license. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good morning, I'm John Wickett. I'm here representing Red Apple along with Donna.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. We appreciate your patience. We have reviewed the investigation materials that brings, to this agenda item. And so at this time, I'm going to ask my colleagues to speak up if they have any questions or comments.
Mr. Yunus, good afternoon, morning.
Good morning.
We're so close. Certainly listen to your presentation in front of the Gaming Control Board, your journey from Iraq, I believe you said, through San Diego, which is a good spot, but here is even a better spot. I do have, I don't want to say concern, but it was brought up by the Gaming Control Board. I think you said 85 hours a week. You work a lot.
I work a lot.
And I know you have great capacity to work a lot, but that's still, an extraordinary amount. But I think you said you have trying to find my notes. You have a general manager who's available?
Yes, well, not available with me today, but I do have.
You have people who can step in
Yes.
when you're not there.
Yeah.
No, again, I applaud your elbow grease and work ethic and just life story. And I wish you nothing but the best, and I'll support your application today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Yunus. And
Thank you.
the notes that I took from the Gaming Control Board were primarily that I echo Commissioner Krilicki's comments about the hours you're putting in. But you did throw in that you only plan to slow down in about 15 years.
I have to.
Okay.
I'm working hard for my family only.
Well, I was going to say that's 100 horsepower for 15 more years, but well done. It's a huge work ethic, which will only stand you in good stead. You did attend the restricted seminar, right? The gaming license.
Yeah, for the which one?
Yeah, the restricted gaming license seminar that we offer.
Yes.
I think that you mentioned that you did. Good.
Yes. yeah.
Okay.
I did
So,
the 2 hours you're talking about. Yes.
well, we wish you luck, and I'll have no hesitation supporting you.
Thank you very much.
See you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
I was just curious as to where on Stewart Avenue was your Apple Market, Red Apple Market?
Red Apple Market, yeah, Stewart and 11th.
And 11th, okay, right there downtown.
Downtown.
Very
We're-
close
we're
to the
one-
old City of Las Vegas building.
Yes.
Do you have security or anything there at all? I was just wondering
Security.
because the area can get a little,
It used to be. but
Yeah.
Now
it's really,
way better.
yeah,
We love it. We know all, everybody there, they know us. We know everybody. So now is way better than 10 years ago. I've been there for 10 years, since 2015.
Judge Assad and I worked down there in a little trailer a long time ago off of Stewart. So it's nice to see that it's revitalized and people like you are really making that area great. So
I appreciate
we
it.
wish you the
Thank
best of
I
luck.
will. Thank you.
Sir, I don't have any additional questions or comments. I'm going to support your application, and at this time, I would call upon my colleagues if anyone has a motion, unless you had something. Did I leave you on? Okay.
Thank
Sorry about that.
I'm happy to make a motion. I move for. Okay. I move for
Madam Chair.
approval-
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I
Commissioner.
move for approval of restricted item number 1 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you very much.
And there's
Thank
none
you.
opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before you go, counsel, could you please state and spell your name for our court reporter one more time?
Yes, John Wickett, that's Wickett.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Secretary, if you could please read in restricted number 2.
Restricted number 2 is the application of Owens and Lamb LLC doing business as S&K Market for a restricted gaming license and the application of Samim Beatty for licensure as a member and manager. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Morning.
Good morning. Good morning still. David Brown, on behalf of the applicant, with me is Mr. Biddy. I won't do too long of a presentation. I'd say Mr. Biddy is got many ties to Las Vegas, even though he doesn't live here. His brother is here supporting him today, who also is a gaming license holder as well as his other brother. He's very appreciative of the opportunity to be here and hopes to spend more and more time in Las Vegas and potentially relocate here. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'll open it up to my colleagues.
Certainly. I'll start, Mr. Biddy. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
But 4 to 5 days every week you're spending where? In Las Vegas?
Yes, sir.
And you commute?
Every other
backwards?
week I'm here. Yes. I spend 3 to 4 days.
Did you, and you mentioned that you have some help. Can you want to elaborate a bit on that?
Oh, the key employee?
Yes.
Yes, I do. Her name is Claudia Cruz.
Miss Claudia?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And, oh, sorry.
Could you say the last name again? Because I didn't hear it.
Cruz, Claudia Cruz.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so you do need, she does, what does she do? About 40 hours a week? Is that?
Yes, sir, she does.
And that doesn't manage to reduce how much time you need to be here?
Of course.
No. Okay, good. Well, thank you again. Another hardworking with a high work ethic applicant in front of us today.
Thank you.
And it's always impressive to see that. And it's even more impressive when families are part of everyone's contributing to success. I'll have no hesitation to support you today. Thank you for being here, Mr. Biddy. Thank you,
Appreciate
Chair.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Brown, always great to see you. Thank you for coming and thank you, sir, for being here.
Thank you.
So is Claudia Ibarra the same employee as Claudia, you said Klaus, is that it?
Cruz.
Oh, she
Her
must-
last.
I
name
have
is-
Claudia Ibarra.
Yes,
I
that's the-
did
The middle
too.
name. I'm sorry.
I
You-
wrote down Ivera from the Gaming
Ibarra.
Control Board meeting.
Yeah.
Cruz is her last name.
Oh, okay.
It's Cruz Ibarra.
Okay, sorry. I thought in the materials I read Ibarra. What- All right. I wish you the best of luck. Thank
Thank
you for being here again today.
Appreciate your time. Thank you.
I just had a quick question with respect to Ms. Cruz Ibarra. I know she was referenced as a full-time key employee. Is she actually licensed as a key employee?
The application has been submitted. I don't know if she's been approved yet. She currently works at the location for the previous, she's involved with the previous owner at the location.
Okay, but she is, her application has been submitted so that she will be the key employee. And if that changes, then you need to submit one within 60 days, correct?
Absolutely. We're in complete agreement with that condition.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. I wasn't sure if that she had already been licensed for this location with this ownership, but it sounds like she was with the prior ownership and now you're submitting to get her license under the current ownership.
Correct.
Okay, no problem. I didn't have any other questions. I'm satisfied with the applications. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Beatty, it is a pleasure to meet you. And
Pleasure is mine.
has been said, the work ethic that you have, I think I counted 9 different businesses,
sir.
including
Thank you.
including wireless. I mean, that's
Yes.
different than a store, but you're actually in the wireless business.
Yes, sir. I am.
Could you describe that to me?
Oh, it's Metro PCS, but I'm sorry. Sorry. Yeah. Yes, it's cell phone business. It's T-Mobile. Metro PCS by T-Mobile.
I understand all your words, but I don't understand what it means.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
are
the-
you in the wireless business? You're a retailer, you sell phones?
Yes, we sell phones. I have multiple locations. Yes, we sell phones. It's a T-Mobile company. Yeah, we're agents.
And with all your companies, how many people do you think you employ?
Total over 35.
Good on you.
Thank you.
And we talked about family businesses and, with your brother, again, whatever was in that water that you've had when you were young, it certainly, fortified you well. it's never comfortable to talk about these things, and certainly the Gaming Control Board, had a extensive conversation with you, but these licenses are privileged. You need to be a Boy Scout. You just can't, there's just no room for error. You just got to do it perfectly. That's the way we do it. So I know, was it 2020? You had your incident? The DUI. The DUI? Yeah. So again, you've had the lecture, you've heard it. It means something. They're not just words. You got to live in a way that, defends the licensing that you've received from the state of Nevada. And can you just confirm that you will endeavor to never had that bad decision again?
Oh, never. I learned my mistake and I'll never do it again.
All right, and I believe you, sir. So with that, I'm pleased to support your application.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time.
I don't have anything to add to the comments of my colleagues. And so at this time, I would call for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval. Madam Chair, I move for approval of or restricted item number 2 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in our next agenda item, restricted number 4.
Restricted number 4 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at 7-Eleven store number 42298 for a restricted gaming license. It is also the application for licensure of Nam Sahai Inc. to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at 7-Eleven store number 42298. You also have the applications of Bharat Takeya and Bainu Takeya for licensure as a shareholder, director, and officer as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Debbie Cornine. I am the Director of Compliance for Century Gaming Technologies. And with me today is Mr. Jeff Donato. He is here on behalf of the operators. We are here to answer any questions you may have and appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Thank you. Well, I'll let any one of you start where you'd like to start.
I'm happy to start. Ms. Carnine, thank you for being here. It's always a pleasure to see you. With respect to the location of the store and its proximity to St. Vitus Church and also the school, was the prior location that was there one that also had gaming or no?
Yes.
It did.
I think it's, is it still, I think it's no longer.
Jeff Donato,
Yes.
for the record, I'm an enrolled agent. That is correct. The prior location across the street adjacent to this new location did have gaming for a number of years. It dates back quite a ways. So this new location is replacing the old location. So we don't have 2 convenience stores there anymore. It's just one. The new one's replacing the old one.
Okay. Was the other one raised to make room for I believe you said you added a gas station? Is that correct?
So the new location is on the hard corner of Eastern and Flamingo. And the prior location was adjacent on the other side of Eastern Avenue. So that lease did not get renewed. That lease contract ended and they acquired the property on the opposite corner to put this new location.
Okay. I might be thinking about another one then. So does this one have gas or no?
This new location does have gas. The
Okay,
old
so it is
location
this-
did not have
Okay,
gas.
Okay, great. And remind me again what efforts you made to reach out to St. Vitus?
That would be, we reached out to St. Vitus and we talked with Terry Campbell there, and they have absolutely 0 issues. They even forwarded the question to the diocese, I believe, and said they would get back to us if anybody had any issues at all. We've received no notification there was any problems. They fully support the gaming in the area. They have no issue with it.
Okay. I was just curious because I didn't recognize the name when you mentioned it at the Gaming Control Board hearing. So I wasn't sure if you reached out to the pastor or to the diocese. But it sounds like they were in the loop.
It was somebody in the office, I believe, a director
Okay.
there in the office.
All righty, sounds good. Thank you so much. I don't have any other questions.
Anybody else have any questions?
Cornine. Mr. Donato, always a pleasure, and to the Takayas. You know, this was straightforward. You know, the issue was the church, and you've tried, and the church has no objection, so that's on the record. But I'm comfortable, and again, I think this is another great story. I think, so Mr. Takeo just became a US citizen about a year ago. Good for you. Congratulations. Welcome. But I support the application. I think it's all very much in order.
Thank you.
Okay, nobody else has any additional questions or comments? I would call for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted item number 4 as, with conditions as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion?
No.
There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to
Ms.
thank
Coleman,
Senior Agent
Mr.
Wilson for all her hard work, and just take a moment to wish everybody a wonderful Thanksgiving, and we'll see you next month.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, Madam Secretary, if you could please read in restricted number 8.
Restricted number 8 is the application of Market Gaming LLC doing business at Smith's Food and Drug for a restricted gaming license. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. I'm Jamal Goodrich, in-house counsel for J&J Gaming here on behalf of our subsidiary Market Gaming's application for the new Smith's Marketplace in Henderson, Nevada. Did provide a brief affirmative presentation during the board's meeting, but happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. We appreciate you being here today for that purpose. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments on restricted number 8? Okay, there being none. At this time, do one of you have a motion to make?
Certainly. Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted item number 8 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, with the conditions and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you for being here, though.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Mr.
Commissioners,
Goodrich.
and we'd also like to thank Agent Spurlock for the investigation.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please read in restricted number 12?
Restricted number 12 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at Ace Liquor for a restricted gaming license. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Hello again. For the record, my name is Debbie Cornine, Director of Compliance for Century Gaming Technologies. Again, this application is fairly straightforward with the exception of a school close to the liquor store, and I am here to answer any questions that you may have regarding this application.
Cornine, oh, again, it's been so long since we've seen you. Still no word from the school?
Nothing.
No contact has been made? Right, but you've attempted, but I think the record at the Gaming Control Board was very clear. There's already a liquor license there. We think the applicants met the burden. So there's sufficiency to show suitability. It was really only about the proximity, but they've not responded to you. I think it's fine. It's a new building, you said, like in
No.
like June 20, recently new. building.
Recently, and this is a new operator.
Okay, but with a record that's been established, I think I'm perfectly comfortable to move forward with the application today. Thank you.
Sorry, Ms. Carnine, our documents indicated this was a new location. but you indicated, I thought, in response, to Commissioner Kerlicki's, that it's not. Is it a new? Right, but it's still, it said it's been open and operating without gaming since June of 2024. Has it ever had gaming, I guess is my question.
No, there's never been any gaming at the
So it's a new
location. This,
location in
yes,
terms of the
in
gaming
terms of
application.
that,
Got it.
yes, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
I was just
Yeah.
confused about that. All right.
No, as far as
Um,
gaming goes, this is a new application.
Okay, perfect. Do you know if the location it looks like it's a bar that's right by it? Do they have gaming?
Yes, that's, I believe it's a 15 game tavern, Giuseppe's.
Giuseppe's?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. I was just making sure I understood that.
Yeah, apologies.
So our materials indicate that the applicant informed staff they've attempted to contact the school via telephone, but there was no response received as of this writing. And I just want to make sure I understand. Is that we left a message what it was all about and you never heard back? Or,
No.
hey, call me and you never heard back? So they have.
I'm
no-
sorry if it wasn't made clear. Our first contact was a voicemail. We did get a call back and spoke to an individual, and they indicated they would have a conversation with their partner and they would get back to us.
Yeah.
We also sent or gave them email information, contact information,
Now it's coming back. Okay.
and we tried, I think there was three times after that, and being told they would contact us within a week or two. And to this date, we still have heard nothing back.
And then, and I'm sorry, I don't remember because we have a lot of material. But the age of the grades of this school,
You know, I had tried to reach out and get some of that information myself. And again, I left a voicemail and did not get a call back. But I believe it's more of like a clinic that does specialized training for students. I don't
like a
think it's-
Kumon type thing,
Yeah, it's
something like
it's-
that.
I don't know exactly. I think they talk a lot about sensory development and different things like that. So it's not your standard, learning center. It's slightly different.
Well, I tried to go on the internet just now to look and I got 57 notifications popping up, so I had to turn it off. It has a mind of its own. So I was just curious. It's not like I'm not going to support the application. I was just curious and I just could not remember from the meeting if that part came up. It very may well have, and I'm not recalling it, so I apologize. But I'm gonna, in light of the record that you've made before the board and here about the contact and the level of effort that you've tried to engage in discussion, I have no hesitancy in supporting your application. Is there anything else? Okay, at this time, does anyone have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'm happy to move for approval of restricted item number 12 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board with the condition included therein.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. So thank you very much. Appreciate your
you.
patience today. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in our next item.
Next, for your consideration, you have a stipulation for settlement and order settling the complaint filed in the matter of the Nevada Gaming Control Board versus Caesars Entertainment, Inc., PTC, and Desert Palace LLC, doing business as Caesars Palace, case number 25-03.
I have a disclosure to make in this matter. It's one of those disclosures that I don't know that is really necessary, but I do it in an abundance of caution, particularly in light of the significance of this matter. I have a significant other of a family member who does not reside with me, the significant other or the family member who works for Caesars and does sports betting compliance, entry level kind of position without a lot of other detail because I don't know any other detail. I believe that the independence and judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would not be materially affected by this significant other relationship of a family member that doesn't live with me. And therefore, I intend to fully participate in this matter and vote. So thank you for that. So
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. I'm Mike Somps. I'm with the Attorney General's office, and I'm here on behalf of the Gaming Control Board. I do have a presentation on this matter for you, but before I go on, I'll let Mr. Alonso make his introductions.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Michael Alonso. I'm here on behalf of Caesars Entertainment. I would like to make several introductions before Mr. Somps gets into his presentation. All these individuals are well known to the commission and they can wave or stand up. First, I would like to introduce Gary Carano. Gary is the executive chairman of the board of Caesars Entertainment. I'd also like to introduce Tom Reeg, who is chief executive officer and a member of the board of directors. Ed Quatman, who is executive vice president, chief legal officer. Stephanie Lepre, who is chief administrative and accounting officer, and she's also a member of the Caesars Gaming Compliance Committee. And Bud Hicks, who you all know very well, who's the chairman of the Caesars Gaming Compliance Committee.
So before you for your consideration today is a settlement between the board and respondents, which in this case is Caesars Entertainment, Inc., and its subsidiary Desert Palace LLC, doing business as Caesars Palace. The board is recommending this settlement, which would resolve a 5-count complaint against respondents that was filed at the same time as the settlement. With your approval, Madam Chair, I'll first go over the allegations of the complaint, then review the terms of the settlement, and then of course, answer any questions that you or other commissioners might have.
Thank you.
So the complaint arises out of a board investigation of respondents in relation to an individual that you're somewhat familiar with, Matthew Boyer. He was a patron of respondents and pled guilty in September of last year to operating an unlawful gambling business, money laundering, and subscribing to a false tax return. He was recently sentenced in August of this year. The board's investigation revealed that Mr. Boyer was a patron of respondents from at least 2017 until January of 2024, which at that time respondents did ban Mr. Boyer following the FBI's execution of a search warrant on his home. The board's investigation revealed that since 2017, respondents had suspicions regarding Mr. Boyer's activities and about his source of funds. On at least 9 different occasions that are indicated in the board's complaint, respondents noted issues with determining Mr. Boyer's source of funds. Further, on multiple occasions, respondents conducted reviews of Mr. Boyer that revealed a lack of information regarding his source of funds. And at one point, respondents received an anonymous call saying that Mr. Boyer was a bookie. While Mr. Boyer's account was temporarily suspended on 2 subsequent occasions, those suspensions were lifted when respondents received information deemed sufficient to reinstate Mr. Boyer. And nonetheless, respondents continued to note issues with his sources of funds. Ultimately, from 2017 to 2024, Mr. Boyer wagered millions of dollars with respondents over the course of more than 100 separate days, during which time respondents did not adequately substantiate his source of funds and did not ban him. With those general allegations in the complaint, you can see that there are 5 counts. I'll quickly just highlight those. Count 1 addresses respondents' failure to establish Mr. Boyer's source of funds. Count 2 addresses respondents' failure to ban Mr. Boyer. Count 3 addresses respondents' failure to conduct adequate due diligence on Mr. Boyer following receipt of information that he may be an illegal bookmaker. Count 4 addresses respondents' failure to follow their AML program and elevate Mr. Boyer in 2017 to respondents' AML officer. And then finally, count 5 addresses respondents' failure to conduct an appropriate investigation following Mr. Boyer's banning from their properties. Moving on to the proposed settlement, the complaint's allegations reflect serious failures on the part of respondents that warrant an appropriate sanction, it warrants appropriate conditions, and it warrants appropriate remediation. And in the board's view, all of those are reflected in the settlement that's before you for approval today that was negotiated in good faith between the parties. And those terms include a fine in the amount of $7.8 million. In addition, respondents have agreed to a number of conditions, which I'll go ahead and summarize. There are 10 of them. First, respondents shall maintain the core elements of their AML program that is to be revised and enhanced as necessary to comply with applicable laws, and there shall be an annual review and update of the AML program. Second, At a board member's request, Caesar's chief legal officer or chief compliance officer will meet with the board to review and discuss AML and BSA compliance. Third, respondents' AML program must provide for participation in FinCEN's 314B information sharing program. Fourth, within 60 days and annually, respondents shall conduct comprehensive in-person training for independent agents, hosts, player development executives, marketing department staff, and those with credit authority exceeding $50,000. That training to be focused on AML, BSA compliance obligations under respondents' AML program. Fifth, within 60 days, respondents shall designate a person with primary responsibility over the company's AML program, and that person is required to file an application. Annually, respondents shall conduct in-person training for the board of directors and senior management on Caesar's AML program. That's the sixth condition. Seventh, within 60 days, respondents shall initiate an awareness campaign designed to encourage suspicious activity reporting, which would include reporting suspicions regarding sources of funds for a customer. Eighth, in 2 years, respondents shall retain an independent person with AML BSA experience in the gaming industry to review and evaluate respondents' compliance with their AML program. Ninth, respondents shall maintain their current AML BSA compliance staffing levels. Finally, number 10, the marketing personnel are not allowed to attend property level AML committee meetings unless the chief legal officer allows for it on a case-by-case basis. You can see from there in the stipulation for settlement that the board has allowed Caesars to include mitigation and remediation efforts, and I anticipate Mr. Alonso with his client will speak further to those. So those are the terms of the settlement. That concludes my presentation. I will tell you that Chair Dreitzer does, I believe, have some comments he'd like to make, but beyond that, the board is seeking approval of the stipulation for settlement today.
Thank you, Mr. Soms. Commissioners, I thought, given the importance of this matter, it was important that you hear directly from the board and get our perspective on how we reached this settlement here today. As far as regulatory consistency and in view of precedent established by recent similar matters, we feel that the results reached today are quite appropriate. Here, we do have the conduct occurring over a significant period, certainly 7 years. However, it's important to state that there is no evidence of any Caesars employee engaging in any intentional conduct. This was a case of systematic negligence that led to this complaint, and that stands in contrast to other matters that this commission has previously heard, where there have been bad actors who have acted intentionally within the employ of the licensees in question. We also thought it was notable that the licensee purchased Caesars right in the middle of all this, so they already inherited a significant portion of this. And that's not an excuse, that is just another factor in terms of how we reached the decision that we've reached. Now, as to the fine, the amount $7.8 million was very intentional. Caesar's win from Mr. Boyer over the 7-year period came to approximately $2.6 million. So this fine is right at 3 times the amount of the win that Caesars got from Mr. Boyer, treble the amount. So any notion or concern that Caesars will somehow benefit net of a fine amount is absolutely not the case. They are paying 3 times more than they won over the period. Very important to get that plainly on the record. So when the facts are put together with the precedent of fines levied by this commission, we reached, we believe, the correct result after great thought and consideration. Other factors of mitigation and remediation were also important to us. Notably, Caesars had several instances where senior executives were removed from their roles, and they made some changes to their org chart that the board was very happy with to certainly help ensure that this won't occur again. Additionally, Caesars continues to raise its documented spend on all AML compliance year over year, and we, as the board, expect that to continue. Next, we have a whole host of significant conditions in the stipulation that Mr. Soms has indicated to help ensure strict compliance moving forward, and the board is very satisfied with those conditions and their depth. And then lastly, Mr. Reed and team, from the moment they were first communicated to about the situation. They've been very cooperative with us, and they've acknowledged the situation and have wanted to move forward and work with the board in a very cooperative manner. So I just thought it was important for you to hear directly from the board this perspective to support the matter before you here today and why the settlement is a good one and a fair one. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have anything to add?
Chair, with your permission, I'd like to have Gary Carano come up and address the commission, and then Mr. Reed will as well. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. It's been a while since I've been in front of you, and I wish it was under different circumstances. I'm Gary Carano, the Executive Chairman of the Board of Caesars Entertainment. Before you hear from our team today, I want to state clearly, the way our AML program operated in this instance was unacceptable. On behalf of Caesars, our employees, our entire leadership team, our board of directors, I sincerely apologize for our role in the Boyer incident and the impact it had on the gaming industry in the state of Nevada. Compliance has always been part of our DNA. Before founding the El Dorado Hotel Casino in 1973, my father began his career as a gaming attorney and helped write Nevada's first Nevada Gaming Compliance Plan. From day one, we've understood that a gaming license is a privilege, one that carries the responsibility to protect the health, safety, morals, and welfare of Nevada's residents. My father was very, very adamant about that, instilling that in my family. This matter has the full attention of myself, our compliance committee chaired by Bud Hicks, our entire board, our management team, our entire employee team at Caesars. You have our commitment. We will do everything possible to prevent this from coming before you ever again. Thank you very much. I'll now bring up Tom Reeg.
Thank you.
Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, Madam Secretary, I'm Tom Reeg, Chief Executive Officer of Caesars Entertainment, member of the board. I would echo Gary's comments here. We know that this entire matter has been a stain on the state, and I'm embarrassed that we're a part of it. And sorry that I'm in front of you for this purpose. My directive to our team is clear, and I want to make sure that it's clear to you and on the record. You know, we never sacrifice compliance for revenue. There is no customer that's worth illegitimate profits. We didn't catch Boyer, and we should have, full stop. So, Chair Dreitzer was talked about how we came in the middle of this. I don't view that as an excuse. We bought the good and the bad with Caesars, and unfortunately, this was a bad piece of it, and we added to it. And I'm sorry for that. We've reviewed the conditions imposed by the stipulation, and they're acceptable to us. The resolution has my full commitment, and I assure you we will deliver here. As Mike said, members of our senior management team are here. We're all equally committed to preventing this in the future. And Madam Chair, with your approval, I'll turn it to our Chief Legal Officer, Ed Quatman, who can go into some specifics.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. My name is Ed Quatman. I'm the Chief Legal Officer for Caesars Entertainment. I regret that we're here today, but I appreciate the opportunity to address with you from our perspective what happened and what we're doing and what we will do to ensure that it doesn't happen again. As has been alluded to, the time period in question involves a period of significant change for Caesars. In 2020, El Dorado and Caesars Entertainment came together, and we immediately began integrating the two companies. Just a short year later, in 2021, we acquired William Hill, which also had some AML deficiencies as far as backlogs, and we immediately worked to correct that. As a result of all of this, a substantial number of our leadership team changed, including all of our C-suite officers and many leaders in administrative functions. In fact, many of the leaders of the AML and management functions overseeing AML department from 2017 to 2020 are no longer with the company. None of this is offered today as an excuse. We take full responsibility for what has happened here. But I do want to provide that context for that time in Caesar's existence. We've invested heavily in compliance as a company. As you've heard from Gary and Tom, our tone at the top and culture of compliance is strong. Our AML team has full access to company data, analytics, and casino management systems. Decisions are made in a way that is structured to avoid influence and interference. We require annual extensive training for all customer-facing team members, which includes testing and tracking for accountability purposes. Our AML headcount overall has increased considerably since this matter has occurred. And has been mentioned earlier, our AML spend is roughly twice what it was in 2017. We currently maintain a list of banned persons that includes over 7,000 people. And since the 2020 merger of Caesars and El Dorado, we've added nearly 3,500 people to that list ourselves. Despite all of these efforts, we failed to substantiate Matthew Boyer's source of funds over a 7-year period. We need to own that, and we need to take responsibility for that, and we do. Boyer was arrested by federal authorities in January of 2024 due to the allegations that he was operating as an illegal bookie. Prior to that news report, he was a large player with Caesars. His gaming and transactional activities presented us with multiple opportunities for the company to identify that his play was not supported by a legitimate source of funds. We performed multiple KYC reviews on Boyer, and in fact, we suspended him twice before he was finally banned in 2024. Our team analyzed his purported source of funds, but we should have gone farther, dug deeper, particularly in light of growing suspicious activity. We should have acted sooner, especially after receiving the anonymous allegation in 2019. We know we need to do better, and we will. So what have we done so far, and what are we doing? As has been mentioned, we've effected personnel changes for those involved in this matter. We've terminated the relationship with the independent agent involved in this matter. We've elevated AML oversight to me as the chief legal officer and a member of the executive team at the company. I'm now serving as the AML officer and as the Nevada compliance officer. In this role, all high-risk source of funds decisions come to me. We've engaged a third-party expert to review our AML and KYC protocols. That process is ongoing. And we're exploring the use of enhanced data analytics, and scrutiny of source of funds documentation. We're collaborating eagerly with our industry peers here in Nevada on statewide KYC enhancements that could help the entire industry. And we've agreed to a material fine that's well in excess of our winnings from Boyer and conditions on our operations going forward, all of which are acceptable to us. This matter has the direct focus of me, our leadership team, the board of directors, and the compliance committee. As Gary and Tom stated, our position is unequivocal. This activity has no place in Caesars and will not be tolerated. Before I turn it over to Mr. Alonso to address the stipulation, I'm happy to answer any questions now or after Mr. Alonso.
I will ask that we do our questions at the end of everyone's commentary, if that's okay. So.
Thank you, Chair. Getting into the stipulation as a preliminary matter, I would like to address paragraph 1 of the stipulation. We negotiated with the board and the board agreed to the language that respondents do not admit or deny the allegations as set forth in the complaint. I know this type of language was an issue for Commissioner Solis Rainey in a previous disciplinary matter, so I wanted to address this up front. And it's obvious from what you're seeing today, we're taking responsibility for what happened, but for reasons and consequences that have nothing to do with the state of Nevada, we felt it was important to have that language in the stipulation. And with that, I'm happy to go through the remediation section. There's additional information that has happened since all of the remediation has been taking place over the last year, and go through all those things as well with you, and then we can go through the questions and answers.
Thank you.
As set forth in the stipulation, when respondents became aware that notwithstanding their efforts, their AML program was ineffective in identifying a customer's source of funds and accurately assessing allegations of illegal activity, we initiated many remedial actions and compliant enhancements, including making and will continue to make material changes to the AML program to bolster the effectiveness of its customer due diligence and enhance due diligence responsibilities and procedures. We redesigned the company's organizational structure to elevate the AML compliance program to the direct supervision of the company's executive vice president and chief legal officer, and are actively searching for an industry expert to lead the AML team. Respondents initiated a comprehensive investigation and valuation of the company's Know Your Customer program, related policies and procedures, and the implementation of such, which includes an independent assessment and recommendations from external counsel with expertise in AML. The company also requested input on recommendations to improve the overall AML program and compliance. Respondents will further incorporate data analytics in the AML program to assist with the decision to bar, ban, suspend patrons for AML reasons. To this end, respondents are initiating additional inquiries into customer database to better identify customers according to updated risk rating methods. We lowered the threshold to obtain supporting documentation for large currency transactions performed at the properties. These records are then maintained in the patron's file and are subject to review by compliance team members. And Caesars modified multiple AML policies and standard operating procedures since 2024 to continually improve the AML and KYC programs. Some of those modified and standard operating procedure changes I can go through. There's a lot of detail here, but I want to at least touch on several of them. AML leadership met with the KYC. This is in August of 2024. AML leadership met with the KYC team and informed the team of updated policy applicable to high-risk patrons. That was effective September 1, 2024. The policy change required the KYC team to begin conducting additional analysis on the patron database to ensure high-risk patrons are reviewed and are processing these reviews to the additional level and approval of the KYC director, vice president of AML compliance, the AML officer, and the compliance officer as needed. As part of this review, KYC is escalating all alerts with AML-related felonies, regardless of how dated the felonies were, for further AML management review. In October, the AML personnel attended the AML BSA Gaming Conference and created an 18-page training deck and summarized the conference. This training deck was administered at every property's Q4 Compliance Committee meeting. In the same month, these high-risk patron reviews, the AML team updated documentation to memorialize the participation of the Nevada compliance officer in reviews of AML ban recommendations or high-risk and high-value bans and reinstatements in order to further support the independence of the AML review process. The compliance over revenue, that's another topic. The AML team modified the AML program to clarify which responsibilities are held by the Gaming Compliance Committee and which responsibilities are held by corporate and property-specific regulatory and AML leadership. The revised AML program clarifies that the Gaming Compliance Committee is responsible for approving any changes to the AML plan. However, decisions to implement the AML plan and an AML ban are made by AML leadership rather than the Property AML Committee or the Corporate Compliance Committee. In November, large currency forms were changed. AML leadership implemented the large currency transaction form at $50,000 in the Las Vegas market, which now requires detail of the denominations, condition of currency, and source of cash transactions over $50,000 for known patrons. February of 2025, when a 7-star, which is a high-level customer patron, income is discovered to be from gambling, Caesar's AML policies and procedures now require team members to run a 314B request to compare if other operators have any AML concerns relating to that customer, if they're in good standing, if they're banned. Also, the KYC reviews when a high-risk large currency form indicates that a large cash deposit was a verified winning from another financial institution. Team members are now required to run a 314B request to make sure it's submitted, see if the denominations can be verified. Also in February 2025, tax return validations. So for these large patrons, in addition to requesting the tax returns, the AML team now may ask for IRS transmittals from the IRS website in order to help support and validate the tax returns that are submitted. Credit and compliance information sharing. AML leadership has met with the enterprise credit team to ensure that any credit reports mentioning any property bans or trespasses of third-party properties identified during a central credit review process are shared with the AML team, even if the reason appears to be non-AML related. AML leadership also updated and included this policy in a company-wide standard of operating procedures issued April 1st, 2025 with an effective date of May 1st, 2025. Bankruptcy-related red flags. The AML team increased the weight and value assigned to bankruptcy for an already high-risk patron if the bankruptcy was within the past 10 years. This fact now qualifies as a standalone red flag that escalates patron risk. Professional gambling red flag. The AML team now considers the occupation of a professional gambler to constitute a red flag if a patron states income is from business, but tax returns show income are from gambling winnings, and we would follow up on those gambling winnings. Q1 of 2025, high-risk occupation database mining. The AML team began a quarterly review looking for high-risk occupations, for example, a professional gambler, and submits those findings to the KYC team to perform enhanced due diligence under our plan. In March of 2025, the AML leadership updated the CAGE standard of operating procedures for the Las Vegas market to include a KYC report for any new front money account established at 25,000 or greater. And that report will be rerun by the CAGE every 18 months. Q2 of 2025, AML leadership included industry updates in the company's semi-annual AML supplemental training that informed and trained our team on the following topics: understanding anti-money laundering compliance, consequences of non-compliance, importance of leadership and accountability, what industry must learn. AML compliance is not negotiable. Operators have strong systems in place to prevent illegal activities and be prepared to act swiftly to address issues and concerns when they arise. And it's everyone's responsibility to maintain ethical operations in the gaming industry. The host form requirements. The AML team issued and updated the KYC host form that includes the following questions. And I'm just going to go through them because I do believe they're important. And there's an attestation that goes along with this. Are you aware of any concerning statements or interactions related to this patron regarding AML? Are you comfortable with the patron's ability to pay and play with legitimate funds at their current gaming levels? Are you aware of this patron's borrowing money from other patrons? Are you aware of any large casino gaming winnings from non-Caesars properties? Do you know this patron to be, and this would go on, associated with the marijuana industry, to be known as a bookie, involved in any type of fraud scheme, illegal gambling, human trafficking, drug trafficking, other illegal activities? Are you aware of any negative news about this patron? Are you aware of any suspicious activity the patron may have displayed at the casino that should be communicated to compliance? And it goes on, and then once they've gone through that, they have to attest that all the information is truthful, accurate, and complete. Race and sportsbook standard operating procedures were also updated in April of 2025, which included specific red flag for possible bookie or professional gambler sports bettor information. And I'll stop there and see if there are any questions. And then I also, if there are any questions on those standard operating procedure changes. I also wanted to touch on paragraph 7, where we acknowledge and agree that in the event that any federal agency, including the U.S. Department of Justice or the U.S. Department of Treasury, takes any criminal, civil, or administrative action against any of the respondents for facts not contained in the complaint, the board reserves the right to file a complaint against respondents based on such action, and the commission shall have the authority to impose discipline in accordance with the statute. And with that, Chair and members of the commission, we're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, do any of my colleagues have any questions?
Mr. Alonso, I had a timing question with respect to the remediation efforts that were listed and count 5 in the complaint. Count 5 of the complaint is that Caesars subsequently failed to conduct an investigation to determine how or why Boyer was allowed to patronize Caesars and its subsidiary properties and wager millions of dollars over approximately 7 years. But the remediation said that immediately when you became aware that the efforts failed, you took certain steps. So what was the timing between the time that you borrowed him after he was arrested and when you took these alleged remediation, or I believe you, the remediation efforts that you list starting on paragraph 6?
Well, Caesars did do an internal investigation after the board requested the investigation on Mr. Boyer. What we didn't do is hire a third party to come in and take a look from a third party's vantage point. And I think that's what the board was concerned about, that we should have gotten a third party to come in and do the investigation and report back to us on what how this thing occurred and what the problems were.
Okay, yeah, there's no reference to a third party in any of our materials. So I just wanted to get clarification because those seemed inconsistent. I have other questions, but I'm happy to defer to someone else if we want to start. You want me to just go?
I was hoping not to bounce around too much. So
Okay.
why don't you?
All right. With respect to training, Mr. Alonso or whomever, I guess anyone can respond that has the answer. You indicated that the training programming requires certain things. Let me get back to that section. How often is training conducted? They're listed on page 5 of the stipulation.
Commissioner, training is upon hire for all customer-facing employees, and then annually it's required, plus supplements along the way for developments that occur. So Mr. Alonso previously referred to people attending the BSA conference and putting together an 18-page deck. That became the subject of a off-cycle training that we conducted as well. But the module that we do is upon hire and at least once a year with supplements across the year for developments that occur.
Is that the same across the different categories that you indicated? I mean, is that the same for like officers and independent agents and line level people?
Independent agents typically give us a certification that they understand the AML responsibilities and sign off on that. They will get training moving forward. That's obviously a condition here to moving forward that we will do. But historically, they've given us an affirmation that they understand their responsibilities, they understand the AML rules, and they will abide by them. But there will be training for them moving forward.
Is there an actual training component? I mean, is there a training class presented to these employees at all the various levels? And is there testing associated with that and follow up if the testing is unsuccessful or if they miss? I assume the training is mandatory.
It is.
Okay.
Yeah, yes to everything you've asked. There is a module that we do. It is tracked that they do it. They must complete it within a certain time frame. They must demonstrate a proficiency in what they've just been trained in. And if not, there's more training involved in that particular program. And failure to do it results in a consequence for the employee that ultimately can lead to termination.
And do you feel once a year is best practices? That doesn't seem like sufficient training.
I think that in the world that we're in, and the reality is it's more than once a year, but that's the core, that's the base that we do. I take your point that more often is better, and certainly with what we're doing moving forward and the changes that we walked through from an SOP perspective, more training is necessary on all of these things. So moving forward, I suspect it will be more frequent than it has been in the past.
Who conducts the training and who participates in the training in terms of senior management?
The entire board of directors participates in in-person training. The entire executive team participates in training. All of the VP, SVP level participates in training. And as we move down the organization, it's generally customer-facing employees, host, marketing, player development, all participate in the program. The program is put together by the compliance team and the AML team. And as I mentioned, it's a virtual, that's 50,000 employees. It's a great way to get a consistent program out to everybody, but we tailor it for our program and what we do in our system and include our documents in that program.
Okay, and I apologize for my lack of clarity. My question was intended to be like who actually, who presents the training
Oh,
and who attends in
Yeah,
support of that?
I'm
training?
sorry. I apologize, Commissioner. The training that's done at the board and the executive level is presented by the AML officer and the compliance officer for the company. The other training that's done for the rest of the organization is done on a virtual format. It's a module that we've purchased and that we tailor for us and has a nondescript person who does that actual training. Moving forward, we've committed to do training in person. So we will be updating all of that and doing it in person. That will be done by our AML team with me as the AML officer and our compliance officer.
Okay. And I ask that only because I see some similarities and some differences between this case and others that we've handled recently. Some of the differences are more egregious in my mind than what we saw previously. For instance, you had an AML officer who was a senior vice president. The fact that this gentleman was a bookie was brought to his attention in 2019. So that is, 6 years before he was banned by the property. So this information went to a senior level officer who did nothing. So I'm concerned about that. As far as the training, to kind of tie back to my question, I think it's important that the tone for the importance of this training be communicated from the top down. So to the extent that, senior management doesn't, they don't necessarily need to appear in person, but if you have a module, I think it's important that employees hear it from the senior level people that this is not negotiable and this is important. Having a nondescript person tell them something is something that they're going to tune out, whether if it's, Mr. Crown or even, somebody that they respect within the organization, might be a little bit more meaningful to them. As far as, in this case, I was shocked to read the complaint, to learn that Caesars was aware that not only that, this person was a bookie, but, they were aware that at least 2 other properties had banned him, yet they continued to do business with them. So I find those circumstances more egregious, for instance, than in the MGM situation where, if my recollection serves me correctly, they didn't make a dime out of the activities with this particular individual. It also involved a transitional period where, they kind of acquired the problem at the Cosmopolitan. The fact that there was a bad actor in my mind mitigates their scenario because there was somebody intervening in the program and, caused the program not to work appropriately. I think it's worse in your case where the program worked, it was reported to the email officer and nothing was done. So those differences in my mind are significant, as well as I believe is one of the counts it indicated that, although there's only 5 counts, it said that each day, let me see if I can find it. I think it was each day that the person was allowed to gamble after they were aware of that. Where is it? Yeah, it was on paragraph 72. Each day that Boyer was allowed to play at a Caesars subsidiary property after receiving the information in June 2019 that, he might be an illegal bookmaker constituted a separate violation. So the fact that there's only 5 counts in my mind is kind of obviated by the fact of, how long this was allowed to happen. As far as the current, you indicated there were some changes in the organization. Were those taken, how soon after Mr. Boyer was banned were these organizational changes taken in terms of staffing?
Commissioner, the changes were made more recent to this hearing than they were to when Mr. Boyer was banned.
So they were made in anticipation of this hearing rather than in response to their conduct.
Commissioner, they were made as part of the discussions, investigation with the Gaming Control Board on what had happened. And that's what led to ultimately the personnel changes.
All right. I don't have any other questions. Again, I have grave concerns with respect to, the amount of the settlement, just given the circumstances and what I feel are more egregious conduct in this case compared to others that we've heard recently. But aside from that, I mean, they're not questions that you can answer. So I appreciate your help in responding to those. And I do credit, Seizures for taking steps going forward to hopefully prevent this in the future. I mean, they're a great licensee. They've done a lot for their communities that they're in. But conscious decisions were made to do nothing, in pursuance of keeping this customer. So that's the source of my concern.
Commissioner, I understand, and this is not intended to be argumentative. I will say do nothing is one thing. I think we didn't do enough. We've suspended him twice, including when the allegation was made. We sought source of funds. It was provided, verified winnings, tax returns. It wasn't enough. We didn't do enough. There was enough smoke that we should have done more, and we take responsibility for that. There's room for improvement, and nearly every one of the improvements that Mr. Alonso walked through, you can directly tie to something that happened here with this incident. One of the ones that he mentioned is better communication between the credit team and the AML team. It was the credit team that understood that Boyer had been banned in other places, but that communication wasn't as good as it can and should be with the rest of the house. And that's an improvement that we've implemented. And there are more, and we'll continue to do that. We have engaged a third party who is currently going through our entire KYC program. So this is the tip of the iceberg for what we're doing, and everything he described is in addition to the conditions, obviously, which we will comply with. And whatever other enhancements we come up with ourselves, either as a result of this incident or which the industry comes up with as just best practices for us as a group.
And again, I mean, I appreciate your position. When I say nothing, there was nothing of substance in my mind. It seemed like the steps that were taken were steps to gain cover rather than steps to actually identify, confirm the problem. They saw tax returns. They saw that his businesses weren't making any money. They saw that he wasn't earning any income, but he had winnings at another casino, so he must be okay. I mean, that to me is not something that's of substance. So, again, I didn't want to get into necessarily more of that, but that wasn't the reason for the words that I chose. Thank you.
So you made a comment that you don't have questions for him to answer. Do you have other questions for other people? Okay. Sorry, I just want to clarify that so that we can kind of each of us go through and ask whatever questions we want to ask, as opposed to the kind of less organized fashion. So if you all don't mind, obviously follow-up, I would ask you to do at your discretion. I'm just saying it's easier if we just do it all at once. And so at this time, Commissioner Krolicki, do you have questions? Just right now, we're just doing questions, not really comments or a vote or.
I don't have questions. I have context and a broader statement, but I'll wait until there are additional specific questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Marcintonis, any questions for anyone who's been here today or appeared?
Ditto, I have no further questions, but I do have comments and I will wait for when that time is. Thank you, Chair. I fully have had everything answered that I need to have answered. Thank you.
Thank you. I just had one question, I guess, just if I'm understanding this right. So if this search warrant wasn't executed and Mr. Boyer walked in tomorrow to the casino with your new, with what you've done as far as remediation, are you saying that if he walked in tomorrow that somehow because of his level of play and his issues, that somehow that would be with you, Mr. Quatman, somehow you would have, it would get up to you? Is that what we're hearing right now?
Yes, Commissioner, that's correct. There are two levels of review that we do. CDD, customer due diligence, EDD, enhanced due diligence. When there is I'll call it a red flag, professional gambler is listed as occupation. A series of KYC issues, suspicious transactions that come in, 2 or 3 is enough. In this case, there were that. Those are things that will automatically move someone from a lower level CDD review to an EDD review, which now gets them into being a high risk patron and now gets them into source of funds. Where is the source money coming from? In this case, he won $3 million from Cosmopolitan. Fine. It's a verified winning. Fine. Where did he get the money to gamble at Cosmopolitan? That's the question that we didn't ask. That's what we didn't get to. And that's what we need to do a better job of doing. And I think with the things that we've talked about here and the things that we're continuing to talk about as an industry, we can get there.
So it would come to you then
It
at the end
would.
of the day. What if you're on vacation? Who's taking over for you?
I'm doing it from vacation. I'm responsible.
So basically the buck stops with you.
Yes.
This shouldn't happen again with you.
That's correct. I will do everything that I can to ensure that this does not happen again. And I feel like the things that we have done will greatly enhance my ability to do that.
I appreciate your comments because obviously with how long it went on, the same concerns, I dovetail off what Commissioner Solis Rainey said. It's so concerning that, I mean, it's almost beyond negligent. So I appreciate your comments and what you'll be doing in the future.
I just want to follow up on something that you said about the employee's termination. So am I to understand that there was, well, first of all, you have like human resources SOPs, right? So there has to be some undertaking. I mean, you don't just fire people indiscriminately, right? There would be an investigation of some kind. And what I'm hearing is that that was in conjunction with the board investigation, or did I read too much into that statement?
Chair Tagliati, I would say, yes, there is process to all of that. And we are an at-will employer. And as we looked at the circumstances here, particularly from the perspective that the board had looked at it and highlighted to us through this process and through our own work in this process, it became clear to us that we should make a change. And we did that.
Okay. So to some degree, it was information that the board in their investigation, as well as your own knowledge and information that caused these terminations.
That's fair.
Like, and it kind of sounds like it cleaned house. Is that fair? In the area that we're talking about?
The house has been cleaned and recall that several years of this happened before this group
Right.
even owned it. So that group was already gone.
Right.
There's another group. And I'm certain that all of them are listening to this and watching this, and they are a good group. They do a very good job. It is a very, very hard job, and we value what they do. We need to give them the tools and the procedures to be able to do it more effectively, and they need to have the voice to be able to say, what Tom and what Gary said. Like, nothing is worth this sort of mark on the industry. And that's what we think we've done now with the changes that we're making, and that we will continue to make moving forward.
Understood. Okay, so I guess is there anything else that the chairman or anyone has to add before we go to comments and possibly a vote? Go ahead.
Mr. Alonso. I'm sorry. Mr. Alonso, you indicated that an internal investigation was conducted. I don't know that I'm clear at this point on when that internal investigation began.
It was conducted as part of the board's investigation. As the board came in and did their investigation, they started going through all of their processes and procedures and the plan to see where they went wrong.
What was the timing of that?
Prior to the complaint, prior to the board sending us the complaint, the draft complaint. And the issue, I think, became what we started having conversations with the board about was that we should have done, they were going through this process while the investigation was happening. As I went through a lot of those changes, you can tell from the dates that it was concurrent with the investigation by the board, but they didn't go out and hire the third party to come in and do a third party investigation that we could have handed a report. We could have looked at the report could have gone company-wide, and we could have handed that report to the board, and that did not occur.
Okay, and I understood that from our prior interaction. I just was still not clear on when the internal investigation happened, and it sounds like it was not began immediately in January 2024. It was done in conjunction with the board's investigation at a later point. Is that fair?
Commissioner, I think that's fair. I think what we should have done is immediately launched an investigation to say, why did this person play in our casinos for 7 years? Instead, I think what happened is we saw other licensees and their issues, and we said, well, that's not us. We didn't have a bad actor. We didn't have, I take your point that there's an argument that this is worse. We didn't have these things. We did this work. We suspended him twice, and we only brought him back after we did this and this. And then when this happened, so I think that we were too confident in our process and our program, and instead should have had a third party come in and say, I'm going to follow this all the way through and see exactly what you did and when you did it, and have done that of our own volition right after it happened.
Thank you.
Okay, so I don't know if it would be better to have a motion and then the discussion, or have a discussion and then a motion. I'm fine with a motion. I see this as a spectrum of conduct related to a violation for every one of these things that come before us on a discipline. From my point of view, it's very important to me in my past life as a general jurisdiction trial judge for over 17 years to treat similarly situated persons and circumstances the same to the extent you can. And then to take into account differences where you should. Here, we've been provided with discipline data history by our senior research specialist, Jose Torres, that includes, but is not limited to, aggregate fine data for the last 21 years, including subset of complaints in which Mr. Boyer is expressly referenced. And for me, the compelling points for support of this stipulation and settlement is, number one, the conduct spectrum that we're talking about. I hear Commissioner Solis Rainey, I hear what she has to say. You've heard it, and it's fair commentary. But I don't quite see it the same way as she does. I don't know that it's more egregious necessarily. I think it's different. And so when you take into account the staff changes, the SOP changes for updates for AML compliance, the amount of effort that it takes for a group, the board and you to come together to negotiate a resolution. I think the fine amount is placed appropriately on the spectrum of fines that this commission has imposed in circumstances where they weren't exactly the same, but there was, violations that were serious. And so I intend to support it. So I don't know if other people who don't want to, or if they don't, or if someone doesn't, they want to wait until a motion is made, or if they want to speak now. It's up to you, but I would prefer to just do one group of commentary with a vote if that's possible. So if someone wants to make a motion, we could do that and then discuss.
Chair, I would move to approve the settlement between, I don't have the language here, between the board and Caesar's Palace as stated on the agenda.
Now is the time for comment and any,
I'll just continue with comment and just say, the only thing left I have to say was I really appreciate Chair Dreitzer and the board's work on this. And I really, really appreciate the explanations that you've given today, because I didn't know how that amount was figured out, and it really makes sense. One of the questions I had was how much money, I thought I read how much, but I just wanted to be sure how much money did he make, or did Caesars make from this gentleman? And it makes sense to me as well that it's 3 times that amount, the treble damages that you kind of alluded to. So I'm in support of that.
Commissioner Markintonis?
I agree with what you've said. You employ a lot of people. You've alluded to it earlier, Mr. Quatman, that many of them are watching today. I'm pretty damn sure of that. And you've clarified for us today, you are where the buck really ends, perhaps Mr. Rigg after you. And that is at least somewhat comforting that there is now an organizational structure which can work. This actor, bad is not even the right word, I could go on and on, so I won't. He's given our industry such a bruising, not just Caesars, but even the esteemed companies before you. And we appreciate the fact that you have the esteemed gentleman from Caesars behind you, Mr. Carano, Mr. Rigg, the board members, and their explanations of how seriously this is taken. And our real job, I see, is fundamental to protect our industry, protect all those people who work in it. And we can't let semi-wannabe gangsters like this guy come around and disrupt our organizations so badly. But I'm very satisfied with the questions that, again, have been answered, and as Chair Tagliati said, and the structure of the fine and how that fine was arrived at, I think is very fair in the circumstances. It was very important to us that the personnel involved are no longer around, and they are not. You've made that very clear. And so I can say that I will, Chair, be leaning towards supporting the stipulation because I see remorse and I see sincerity in that remorse. And there are a lot of great reputations in front of us who are assuring us that this is the finish line. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
Thank you. I obviously have the utmost respect for the company and for the principles that are before us. However, I cannot support this, the stipulation, not because of the people here who I think are doing the right thing now, but because I don't think it's on par with prior matters that we consider that are similar, particularly with respect to the NGM. A lot of the corrective action that you're taking now, and which I think is great, and I think it's going to help you in the future. When we heard that matter, there was evidence that was presented to us that they had all of the, probably all, if maybe not all, but very close to all of the steps in place years before this, before the Boyer infiltrated kind of their system. And that was done through the help of a third party internally that chose, to make unilateral decisions to not follow the program, and that, did that. To me, I mean, he was as much the bad actor as Boyer. So that's the reason that I made the comment that in your situation, I think it's worse because I don't think you had the correct procedures in place necessarily. And I appreciate that this was your predecessor company, so not all of it was on you, but there's been quite a few years that's been under the current ownership. So To me, it's more egregious. I don't think it's important in my mind also to treat similarly situated people before you're a great company, just as they were a great company. You know, they lost money, you made a little bit of money. So those are the things that in my mind, I'm weighing and determining. And just, I in good conscience can't support it because of the amount, but I do appreciate all of the steps that you've taken in order to, you know, mitigate this in the future and have hopefully, you know, have the opportunity to catch things at a much earlier stage. I think there were a lot of missed opportunities, which you've acknowledged. You know, I think in their situation, I mean, they didn't have the benefit of some of the things that you knew were, you know, you had anonymous calls that suggesting to senior management that this person was a bookie. They, you know, they didn't have the knowledge that this person had been barred at other locations. While that information might be imperfect, it's still more information that you have that they did not. And to me, having, you know, the fines be at a different level, it's just goes against my sense of fairness. So I can't support it for that reason.
Gentlemen, you know, I'm gonna track primarily Commissioner Argentonis in this. You know, the AML wrecking ball by the name of Matthew Boyer, you know, continues to leave, you know, havoc on compliance plans down the street. I'm as livid today as I was, you know, when we heard the first case. You know, we're four now, different but the same. But it's almost, you know, numbing that we continue to have this conversation, particularly because of the acts of one individual. No, it's Mr. Quatman, Mr. Reed, and Mr. Carano. You know, thank you for being here. You know, you don't want to be here. This is a brutal day for everybody, including, you know, Nevada's gaming regulatory folk. You know, the failure of AML and KYC protocols really is profound. You know, I don't want to sit and scold more. I think we've done that adequately. You know, the pound of flesh is 7.8 million and careers ended. But, you know, the remediation efforts that we've seen, the comments that you've authentically and you know, credibly made, you know, are accepted. And, you know, the remediations that you've described could be a template going forward for the industry. You know, I applaud that. Too bad it wasn't 2017 when we had these, but, you know, it's a great lesson for all folks out there who have a privileged Nevada license or, you know, elsewhere, that we just have to do better. You know, lessons learned collectively, you know, and Mr. Carano, you know, your dad was one of the great pioneers of gaming in the state, you know, just huge person, patriarch of your family. I'm sure he's tugging on your ear these past few months. You know, hopefully that's in a good way going forward. But, you know, I hear Commissioner Solis Rainey's comments. And when I first read the complaints, I tended to agree, because bad actors in a couple properties, I think, can be very different than just a systemic failure for 7 years to not recognize and act on these red flags, or, you know, red flags, but, you know, researched, addressed, and moving forward, and, you know, come back and play in our property. I do believe the lack of intention here is paramount, and it puts the work of the Gaming Commission, the Gaming Control Board, and their recommendations in an appropriate place. You know, Mr. Somps, you know, Senior Deputy Attorney General Somps, all the Attorney General's office, the Gaming Control Board, all of our staff. I've said this before, and I'll say it now. I mean, I respect and approve, you know, what you recommended. You know, that's your role. We're, I don't think I'm here to tweak and things. It's yes, no, or, go back to the starting board. But I'm going to respect that the work, that you did. But I'm going to support this stipulation. But I just hope to shout, that folks are watching in a way that they're learning, that there are new best practices being read out today. So I is egregious and offended as a I am as a regulator in this. I just hope we can take something good out of this. We need to move forward. Mr. Hicks, you've got a big job, for your AML committee chairmanship. Mr. Quammen, buck does stop with you. You're on wonderful record of that. But this, nothing's perfect, but this kind of broad violation of AML and inadequate KYC just can't happen. No, we are a gold standard. We need to do this right. To have the largest, most important companies in our state, the leaders in tourism and hospitality and gaming, to be in front of us this past year has been beyond disconcerting. But I think we do have some lessons here. I appreciate it. I think the contrition is real. I think the professionalism is profound. The legacy and the reputation is important. And I know it's important to your family, to the Carano family. So let's move forward. I will vote affirmatively to support the motion. But again, we must remember as we move forward, doing it better. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So it's always awkward when we don't agree on anything because we don't want to challenge each other, right? But when someone's making a record, then especially a lawyer feels obligated to make that counter record, right? First of all, I've heard over and over, didn't do anything, not wholly accurate, didn't do enough, agree, in my opinion. This is all my opinion, right? Not hiding anything, not soliciting with knowledge, right? Not doing the things that we've seen in other cases. No winks, no nods, just a failure, which is costing you now what we would describe statutorily as treble damages, right? It's not supposed to be decimating. It's treble damages. It's a punishment that's significant, notwithstanding the knee that you've had to bend repeatedly to regulators and now knowing that you're on our watch. And so I respect Commissioner Solis Rainey's, sense of fairness and her view of the spectrum. I don't know that she supported their fine in the first place, right? But I am taking into account that circumstance with this circumstance and just see it differently. And because I've heard didn't act repeatedly, I just feel compelled before I place my vote in support of this to say that I see it the way you are describing it, which is you didn't do enough. And I get it. It's a long time before you were there and after you were there, which is why you're here, asking us to support a $7.8 million fine, along with a long list of changes that are required and appropriate. So at this time, unless anybody else has any additional comments or concerns or response to me, which I would get and understand, then I would call for a vote.
I don't want to belabor the issue. I think I did clarify that when I use the word nothing, it was with the notion that in my mind, there was nothing substantive. And with respect to the comment that I didn't support the MGM fine, I did, and I thought it was too high under the circumstances for the reasons that I stated, that they had their best practices in effect for years beforehand. And they only got better afterwards. They did an immediate investigation before law enforcement came in to, do any raids or before somebody was arrested. So those are the things in my mind were different, as well as the extra knowledge that you had. But I respect Chair Tagliati. I respect that they disagree. Again, I can't support it for that reason, but I did want to clarify that nothing was probably not the correct word. But I hope I clarified the fact that there wasn't enough substantive action and there was not enough immediate action after the incident was ultimately addressed. So
Okay, thank you. So at this time on Commissioner Silver's motion to approve the stipulation and settlement, all in favor, we'll just do it individually. Tagliati is aye. Commissioner Markantonis,
Aye.
Commissioner Silver,
Aye.
Commissioner Krolicki,
Aye.
and Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Nay.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate the time and
Thank you.
attention and answering our questions and being here today, all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, that brings us to our next item. We have two gaming employee registration appeals today. If you would read into the record our first.
The first gaming employee registration appeal is Jerry Raphaelson, case number 25LV00216, and I believe we have disclosures on this item.
Chair Tagliati, I'd like to disclose that Mr. Scherer has previously served as my personal attorney in various matters, but I conclude that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would not be materially affected by this relationship, and I therefore intend to fully participate in the consideration of this matter.
Chair Tagliati, I too would like to disclose for the record that in the relatively recent past and outside of any commission business, I have obtained guidance from Mr. Scherer on the workings and processes as an education of the various commissions, including the State Ethics Commission. Nevertheless, I believe that the independence of judgment of any reasonable person in my situation would not be materially affected by any such past tutorial, and I intend to participate in today's related matter before us. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary, for the record, Scott Shearer, Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck, appearing today on behalf of the Legal Aid Center of Southern Nevada and Mr. Jerry Rafelson. Mr. Rafelson is here, should you wish to hear from him directly. I want to make clear that all of the facts that I'm about to discuss are supported by evidence in the record. We're not asking you to accept or consider any new evidence. Together, Jerry Rafelson and his uncle sought to make sure that Jerry's grandparents and his uncle's parents had food in the house, bills paid, medical care when necessary, and at least basic house cleaning. In 2017, while his grandparents were still alive, his grandparents' bank filed a report suggesting potential exploitation as a result of the fact that multiple checks were written to Jerry on their account. After investigation by Elder Protective Services, the allegations were deemed unsubstantiated. In particular, the investigator noted that Jerry's grandfather confirmed that grandson buys groceries and runs requested errands, and that he reimburses grandson by writing checks. The investigator noted further that Jerry's grandfather, quote, was alert and oriented and communicated clearly that he understands and is aware of all of the checks being issued, close quote. The Elder Protective Services investigator recommended that the case be closed and suggested that Jerry maintain receipts and videos and obtain a power of attorney. Jerry followed her advice and not only kept receipts from that point forward, but also was granted a power of attorney by his grandfather. In early 2018, Jerry moved to Denver to pursue a new job after being assured by his uncle that his uncle would be able to care for Jerry's grandparents appropriately. Unfortunately, while Jerry was in Denver, his grandparents passed away. After they had passed, Jerry's mother, perhaps because she did not inherit as much money as she had hoped to inherit, and without her parents alive to contradict her, accused Jerry of exploiting them. Jerry has a very difficult relationship with his mother, who harassed and threatened him constantly. The harassment was so severe that he sought and obtained protective orders against her. These charges are just a part of her campaign of harassment against him. With his uncle's support and the report of the Elder Protective Services investigator, Jerry was preparing to defend himself against these charges. Unfortunately, before going to trial, his uncle passed away and Jerry lost one of the key witnesses for his defense. Despite having been originally charged with multiple Category B felonies, the prosecutor offered Jerry a plea deal where he would have to plead guilty to only one misdemeanor theft violation. Jerry had suffered from a number of personal health issues. The stress of the case and potential trial were exacerbating those issues. And without his uncle to testify on his behalf, his attorney advised him to accept the plea deal that had been offered. As a result of that plea, Jerry was found guilty of a crime he did not commit. It is the only criminal offense in his life. Jerry tried to take care of his grandparents and his own health, pleading guilty to avoid the stress of a trial on the advice of counsel. Jerry tried to, it may have been good advice for his health, but it was bad advice for a future career in the gaming industry. There was also an allegation that he failed to disclose his criminal history. In the hearing, we provided a copy of the application he submitted in which he clearly disclosed multiple charges against me regarding my grandparents by mother/state of neglect, elder exploit. I was caretaker and power of attorney. As for the disposition, he disclosed that he pled to a misdemeanor theft charge on attorney advice. We also showed that he provided a PDF copy of his scope printout to his employer disclosing his criminal history. So there's nothing that he was trying to hide. Jerry found a good job that he loves in the gaming industry. He is a good employee and his former employer wanted him to return to his job. At the hearing, we provided a letter of reference from his supervisor attesting to his good character, integrity, and work ethic. We also presented evidence that Jerry regularly volunteers his time to improve the community. His regular volunteer service is consistent with his willingness to take care of his grandparents. That's the kind of person that he is. Before concluding, I want to emphasize that when his grandparents were alive, exploitation allegations were dismissed as unsubstantiated because his grandfather and uncle vouched for the fact that Jerry was buying groceries and running errands, and his grandfather was writing checks to Jerry to reimburse him. Additionally, while the plea agreement was entered into a little over 2 years ago in 2023, it pertained to allegations regarding conduct that occurred between 2016 and 2018, more than 7 years ago, and the same time period investigated by Elder Protective Services, where they found that the charges were unsubstantiated. We are asking you to give Jerry a second chance to prove that this particular event was just an unfortunate incident. If he is given a second chance, he will continue to be a good employee, a credit to the gaming industry, and a credit to the state of Nevada. He is willing to accept any conditions or limitations that might be imposed so that he can have that second chance. And with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Does anyone have any questions?
I just have a comment.
Okay, can we do questions first?
Oh, sure.
Then I thought, okay, any questions for?
I had a quick question. Mr. Chair, I noted in your comments, and I think also in the transcript, that there seemed to be a focus on, you and the Mr. Raffleson indicating that the charges were brought by his mother, but the Elder Protective Services was actually called to the home by the gentleman's daughter, his grandfather's daughter or granddaughter?
Well, his grandfather's daughter is his mother.
No, there, and on the other side. Hold on. It was, it wasn't his mom.
Yeah, I think Elder Protective Services was brought to, it was brought to their attention by the grandparents' bank.
No, prior to that, do you have a step sister? Your grandfather was he your biological grandfather or stepfather?
Step grandfather.
Could you
Okay,
turn on
and I
your
think it
microphone?
was his daughter.
Could you say that again, please?
Step grandfather.
He was a step grandfather, and there was another woman that called Elder Protective Services when the grandparents were actually taken into the hospital and then later into a home. His mother was there at the time, but it was another woman that called for protective services. And I think when the police came, they actually asked Mr. Raffleson's mom if she would stay and take care of him, and she said no. So that's why they took him to the hospital. But nothing much was said about that person calling and being concerned, because I think her dad had indicated that Mr. Raffleson had taken his money.
I think by that point, Mr. Raffleson was in Denver and his uncle was taking care of grandparents or the uncle's parents. So that's, Mr. Raffleson moved to Denver in early very early 2018, the end of 2017. His uncle then became ill and was not, my understanding is was not able to care for his parents as well as he had intended to care for them, and that care had slipped, yes, and that.
Okay, what I have in the materials, and this is from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department event summary, it says it was Catherine Greenhoe is who called Adult Protective Services on February 12th, 2018. She's the daughter of Paul McDonald, and she contacted them because she reported that she received a call from her dad, Paul. He was in tears because the bank account he had saved money and had been decimated by Mr. Raffleson. And that was in 2018.
Yeah, I've not seen that.
It's in the police report that was Exhibit G.
So I've not seen that, but by that point, Mr. Raffleson was and had been in Denver for a
Right,
couple
but I
of months.
believe by that point, the money was gone, so I don't know what prompted it. So I was just curious as to kind of what, why the focus was on his mom. I mean, I realize obviously her conduct, but that wasn't who originally called and had the grandparents.
Perhaps not originally, but according to the police report that I saw, said that his mother had called. I'm trying to remember where that was, if that was in the scope. It wasn't in scope for that, but there was a document that said mother had.
It's the declaration of warrant summons on page 4. So anyways, I just wondered about what the history was with that person, but if you don't know about her, then.
If I may, commissioners, thank you for letting me speak.
One second. Excuse me.
Yes, of course.
Because you are representing him, I neglected to do the, for the court reporter, SPIEL spiel. I'm looking to my Yiddish consult over here. I forgot to do my spiel. The way this works is that you have an opportunity to present to us, then we'll ask questions, then there'll be a motion, and unless somebody asks you questions during that discussion, you're not invited to participate in the discussion of the motion. And so I'm doing the short version for you because we have another one after you, and I kind of skipped it because you have counsel, so I shouldn't have. And so, and I cut Commissioner Silver off on her comment, and part of that was I forgot to do my spiel,
Yeah,
for lack of a better term. So at this time, then I guess, do you want to make a statement? You want your client to make a statement? Is that
Yes, I think
happening
Mr.
now?
Raffleson wanted to respond to the question that Commissioner Solus-Rainey was asking. He may have more facts than I do, obviously, having lived through it.
With your permission, of course. I believe you said her name was Greenhoe. Is that correct? Catherine Greenhoe. In my entire lifetime, knowing my grandfather, Paul McDonald, I had never known that name to come up. I had never met that person. That person was not a part of his daily life in any way, shape, or form. So I'm not certain how they would have been involved if it were not from my mother or at that time.
Okay, I appreciate it. And yeah, I was just curious about why just not much had been said about her, but that is who filed the, APS report. So, and what initiated, that the subsequent investigation and removal. So thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions? All right, how about comments?
Yeah, I would just comment that Mr. Shearer, I don't think his disclosure, it didn't appear to be a problem to me. When I read it, his disposition is what happened, so I don't find that concerning. His supervisor of 3 months, to me, really isn't a person that knows him, in my view. And finally, when Metro did a forensic accounting of his bank account, they traced $108,000 during a 2-year period. And they went through that with a fine-tooth comb. And with that, it wasn't like he went to the grocery store, like you said. He bought a $20,000 Jeep. All of the things that we have in our materials show that he used it for his own good. And so when you see that, and then you see that ultimately they're taken away by ambulance because they have malnutrition, his statements that I went to the grocery store don't really move me. And his misdemeanor theft conviction, the fact that it's a misdemeanor doesn't move me either, because it's pretty common in the DA's office, especially when you have a white collar crime. You know, unfortunately, it's easier to prosecute a murder case with a dead body and a gunshot wound than it is for a deputy in criminal to have to go through the extensive amount of paperwork and what you do as a civil attorney. This is basically almost a civil case that they would have to prove. And so, you know, God bless all the hardworking deputies of Clark County DA's office. But when I read this, he got a good deal is what he got. It's not anything that I haven't seen before. And at the end of the day, he's convicted of misdemeanor theft of his grandparents. And so that would be my comment.
May I respond to that? Because there is evidence in the record. There was a discussion, and in the transcript, you'll see about the Jeep. So his grandfather made him a loan of $20,000. We also provided the bank statement that showed that the loan had been repaid. So that $20,000 was repaid to his grandparents. And he admitted that that was a loan that his grandfather offered to make him when his prior car died. And he accepted that loan, he bought the new Jeep, but he also paid that loan back promptly. So, and we presented evidence of that at the hearing.
Mr. Chair, that's inconsistent with the transcript. He indicated he didn't use that money to buy a Jeep, that he used it to pay some bills and maybe make some repairs on the Jeep.
Maybe I'm recalling that incorrectly, but
Okay, and I didn't see a bank statement
Yeah.
paying it. I do note that there was a 20,000 cash deposit. There was a comment to that effect, and maybe I missed it, but I didn't see an actual, it didn't say who made that deposit or what, and I didn't see the actual deposit. There was just a comment about it.
we provided the document showing that deposit. I don't remember the number the exhibit number that it was now.
But
But I.
in our
yeah.
records, it talk about PayPal and other debts that were paid
Yeah.
with those funds.
Yes, yeah, and in addition to the Jeep, yes, there were a number of, it was repairs to the Jeep, was a new Jeep.
It was repairs and upkeep. It was repairs and upkeep. That were $10,000 plus.
It wasn't a purchase of a vehicle.
No, ma'am.
You had thought about purchasing a different, cheaper vehicle, but instead
Correct.
your grandfather.
He said, no, don't do that.
Yeah,
Let me
okay,
loan you
that's,
the money.
that was what I saw in the transcript. Thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions or comments?
Maybe one more. Explain to me why they were malnutritioned and they died right after they go to the hospital. Maybe you could explain that.
At that time, I had moved to Denver. When I was caring with my uncle, they were in good health. I had provided photographs of me taking them outside, working them out, having them walk, taking them on drives. I was there almost every other day. We were made sure that the refrigerator was full, that they were fed, and all of this had been provided to the elder services person. So when they were malnourished, I wasn't there for that part. While I was
gone,
I had been up in Denver for, I would say, about 6 to 8 months.
And is it your dad that was watching them?
It was my uncle,
Or your
which
uncle.
was,
It's the uncle that was charged criminally with you.
I wasn't aware that he was charged.
I thought I read something in there that he was also a suspect in it.
I'm not aware of that, if that's the case.
Mr. Ruffleson, I believe your testimony was that you moved to Denver in the early part of 2018, January or February.
Correct, to 2018, at the beginning of 2018.
Okay, and they were removed in February of 2018 from the home and malnourished within 1 at most 2 months after you left.
That's when I started my job up in Denver. I did move a little bit sooner than that in order to transfer all of my stuff up to my new lodging.
Right, I understand that, but you indicated you've been there 6 to 8 months, and that's not possible given the time frame that you described on the record.
I understand.
Do you have anything you'd like to add?
I do not, again, well, just briefly, again, this is Mr. Rafelson's only conviction, only involvement with law enforcement in his life, in terms of any negative involvement with law enforcement in his life. The commission has the authority, as you know, to limit an approval, and that's, we're asking you to simply give him another chance. He's been a good employee. This is something if he's certainly happy to accept any kind of limitation or conditions that the commission might deem appropriate.
Okay, thank you for your presentation and for being here today and answering questions. Do any of my colleagues wish to make a motion?
I'll move to sustain the Nevada Gaming Control Board's objection to Jerry Rafelson's registration as a gaming employee.
Discussion on the motion. I'll start. I think, I get that this is the, one time that, that there's trouble and a conviction. The problem is that there wasn't one time of theft, and I appreciate he believes he's innocent. Sometimes when you have a criminal conviction and you decide that you don't want to run the risk of a more serious outcome if you're not successful, you suffer other consequences besides those just in the justice system, assuming what you're saying is true. Quite frankly and respectfully, I wouldn't want to get into your relationship and advice of your attorney. Most attorneys would say, felony misdemeanor, not a hard, potential jury trial and felonies and misdemeanor. I would simply advise that when everybody else in the case is dead, you got a pretty good shot, right? Pretty good shot, because the only one live and talking about it is you. That being said, it's a conviction, period, end of story. For me, I'm going to vote to support the motion. Anybody else?
I echo Judge Togliatti's comments and Judge Silver's, and I too will support the motion today.
All right, there being no other questions or comments, all in favor of Commissioner Silver's motion, say aye. Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please read in our second gaming employee registration appeal?
The second gaming employee registration appeal is Joseph Azen, case number 25LV00334.
Any chance we've heard from Mr. Azen?
I spoke with him on the 14th to let him know the location, and he said that he would be present.
So you gave him the Amigo Street location of the meeting?
Yes.
Okay. So I believe we've all had an opportunity to review the materials associated with this matter. And without, and I'm sorry, you said, I'm so sorry if you said this. I missed it. Did you say you just checked your email and you haven't seen any email either this morning?
Yes, correct. The last email that I have from him is from last Friday, the 14th.
Okay, perfect. Okay. So unless anybody feels differently, I believe we've reviewed the materials and we could go forward in his absence since we haven't had a timely request for a continuance or notification of an emergency. All right, since no one seems to
Take a
object.
motion if you want me to make it.
Okay, since no one's objecting to going forward and we've all reviewed the materials and are prepared to rule upon the record that we have before us, I would ask for a motion.
Chair, I move to sustain the Nevada Gaming Control Board's objection to Joseph Azin's registration as a gaming employee.
Any discussion on the motion?
No.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in our next agenda item.
Next for your consideration is the consideration of the appeal of the Board of Stewards / State Steward ruling as noted on the agenda regarding case number 24EL00081, number 24EL00083, number 24EL00084, and number 24EL00087, Ricardo Castillo pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 30 related to horse racing violations.
So, could you state your appearance for the record, please?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Secretary Rupert. For the record, Jennifer Gaynor, J. Gaynor Law, here with the appellant Richard Castillo.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, members of the board, Madam Secretary. For the record, John McKellar with the Attorney General's Office on behalf of the Gaming Control Board.
Okay, so as a preliminary matter, I want to make a record that Ms. Gaynor made a request to continue this hearing into January, and the basis of which you can make a record of now.
Oh, mirror.
What? You made a request for a continuance.
Oh,
I'm
yes.
asking you, this is there's no public documentation of that request. So I'm asking you to
Okay.
make a record of it now, and then I'll hear from, we'll go forward and address it.
Okay, absolutely fair.
There's no
and
public filing that anyone could look to, so we need to make the record on that now. and then-
Understood,
Okay.
understood. I thought you were talking to him. Okay. Yeah, so we had asked for a continuance so that we could look at the equine vitamins and supplements that may have been given to the horses to understand if they could have caused a positive test. However, we hadn't had a chance to do so. We wanted to just provide a more definitive answer for how this occurred. But at this time, the answer, we don't know, isn't adequate. Horses have been found to test positive for methamphetamine and other drugs from cross-contamination from dirty trailers, jockeys who had taken the drugs.
Chair Tagliati, can I object here because this review is limited to the record and there's a whole lot of stuff from outside of the record being made a part of it?
Sure. Here's the thing. I see this as two different issues, right? One is procedural. She's made a request for a continuance and she's documenting why. Then we'll make a and then I'm going to hear from you why you believe that's procedurally inappropriate, which will carry over into substantive arguments as well. So I hear you, but I just want her to make a record because there's no way for her to do so any other way and make the record procedurally why she thinks it's appropriate. She's about to tell us all the reasons. Doesn't mean we're going to consider it for substantive. Does everybody understand what I'm saying? I'm saying we don't take those arguments as fact or evidence. They're simply part of her record that she's making to request the continuance, and then we'll hear the arguments against the continuance. So that's why I'm allowing it. But I agree with you technically, but we haven't gotten there yet.
Thank you, Chair.
I'm so doing this like a court proceeding. It's ridiculous. Go ahead.
Thank you. And I was about to wrap up. I was just going to say, horses have been known to test positive for from methamphetamine and other drugs as cross-contamination from dirty trailers, jockeys who had imbibed dirty feed bags, et cetera. That is something that has happened. So that's why we wanted to do further investigation, but we are prepared to move ahead today on the record. Thank you.
Okay, and for the record, you object to any continuance to another agenda for this purpose. Please fill in the blank then.
Thank you, Chair. That is correct. The board does object to any continuance for the presentation of Mr. Castillo's new information. The commission's review of Mr. Castillo's appeal is, quote, limited to the record developed, end quote, before the Gaming Control Board. Thus, the presentation of any new information not contained in the record developed by the Gaming Control Board is inappropriate and a continuance is not necessary.
So the reason you're here today and the reason that I asked our executive secretary to advise you to come here with your client prepared to go forward is because the time to do the investigation and present mitigating information has passed. and we are limited almost in like appellate judges to the record that we have. So I just trying to make a record of that before we, and anybody that has any questions about the things that you're raising, they can certainly ask them, but because we are limited to the record that we have before us, that request for a continuance to a different agenda was not entertained. So at this time, if you wish to be heard on the actual appeal.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So we are here today with the understanding that the board's actions and the commission's consideration today are based on the record below. We're not challenging the record. 4 racehorses under the care of Trainer Castillo tested positive for prohibited substances. For this, my client takes full and total responsibility. As a trainer, he understands that the buck stops with him. He's not looking to make excuses. We're only asking for the commission to consider the totality of the situation and the penalties that have been given. The penalties in this case, as you know, escalated exponentially from the Board of Stewards, where it was a return of the purses that were won, a $4,000 fine, and a 3-year license suspension, to a staggering $100,000 fine and a 15-year license suspension. At the very least, we request that this case be treated on par with a similar case, Torres, which was heard, which was based on events from August 2024 as well, and was before the board about a month before this. That case, where one horse tested positive for cocaine, resulted in a fine of $5,000 and a 5-year license suspension. This case, although it was heard about a month after Torres, was also based on races in the summer of 2024. If these races were after the Torres case had been heard, I'd agree the case should have been a warning and a greater penalty may be in order. However, that's not the case here, and we asked the commission to reduce the fine to match that given to Mr. Torres, which was $5,000 and a 5-year license suspension. In support of this request for reduction, we'd like to take a look at a few relevant factors. Again, no new facts, just factors. There has never been a fine of this magnitude issued in the horse racing case in Nevada or anywhere else that we could find. The standard fines, suspensions that are issued for dirty tests are generally in the $1,000, 30-day, 180-day range. The Torres fine and suspension were a great step up from that, but even that pales in comparison to what's been imposed on my client. Trainer Castillo has an otherwise clean record. He has no prior history of dirty drug tests or other infractions as a trainer. I will note very happily, all 4 horses in this case are alive and well at this time. Trainer Castillo did not request a retest within the required time to get a retest. He did request one at a later date, but he was told he was unable to procure one at that time. Also regarding the board hearing, Mr. Castillo did call in remotely to appear at the board hearing, and he was on the phone all day. And it was just after hours, maybe in the afternoon, there was a break in the hearing and his phone went dead at that time. So he missed his hearing at the board. We understand also that the Nevada bar on Mr. Castillo's license will be honored by other states, such that he would be completely banned from acting as a trainer for the next 15 years. That's basically a lifetime ban and would require him to pursue work in other industries. I think this point might be the most important. There is no record or proof of unusual betting patterns in any of these races. And in fact, the total wagering pool for each of these races was very small. The first race, it was $2,231, the total wagering pool. The second race, $3,912. The third race, $2,947. And the fourth race, $4,223. You know, the board in their hearing.
And I would just note that these amounts were not part, actually, they might be in the file, so I'm going to withdraw my note.
I believe they were.
My
Finally, in the record, the board in the hearing, they raised the issue that there could have been substantial winnings if Mr. Castillo, for example, went to Del Mar or Santa Ana, where purses could be in the $50,000 or $100,000 range. However, these are not races that Mr. Castillo has ever had horses involved in. He's on a regional circuit in Eli and other similar venues. As a trainer, he only made approximately $1,500 a month plus any winnings. The winnings that he would have received from the purses would have totaled as a half owner in 3 of the horses, only approximately $6,500. And that is before expenses are taken out. Finally, if Mr. Castillo is unable to work as a trainer, he doesn't know how he'll raise the funds to pay such a hefty fine. Again, in the end, as a trainer, Mr. Castillo is responsible for the horses and he understands and accepts full responsibility. And my client has prepared a very short personal statement he'd like to make at this time, if that's okay.
Could you press your microphone on, please? Thank you.
Okay. This commission and the process is all new to me. Forgive me for being a little overwhelmed. I understand as a trainer, whether I was aware of any drugs given to them or not, the health and the well-being of the horses is my ultimate responsibility. It is my responsibility to ensure my horses are cared for and healthy, and I do take full responsibility, and I do take that responsibility seriously. I have never had a horse test dirty previously or since, and I'm very sorry that this happened. I am happy to report that all 4 horses are all healthy today. I ask for mercy in this case. I have a clean history, never been in trouble or had a horse test dirty before. This industry has never made me a lot of money. It's been a personal passion of mine. I love the horses and racing. But unless you are at the highest level, it's not a big money game. As a trainer, I made $1,500 a month in salary and the prize money, which was never a lot. For example, all these races, even with winning horses, the most I could make in each race was about $3,000 to $4,000. A fine of $100,000 is a lot, especially if I'm no longer training horses. I'm not sure how I'll be able to pay that. After all this, I'm ready to put racing behind me. The joy and passion are gone, and I hope you'll have some mercy at this time.
Thank you. Did you have anything else?
No, that's it. Thank you.
You're welcome. You wish to be heard on behalf of the board?
Thank you, Chair. Yes. As an initial matter, before I get into my main presentation, I would just like to note for the record up front that according to Regulation 910, subsections 1A and B, the Board of Stewards in imposing discipline is limited to a $1,000 fine per violation and 180-day suspension. That is why the Board of Stewards ruling was limited to that. Also in Regulation 30.910, the Board of Stewards can elevate it to the Board and Commission to increase those penalties if the situation is severe enough to warrant. That is where if you see in the Board of Stewards ruling that they recommended to the board that it actually their ruling be converted to revoke and to also have a longer bar. This did not go to the board from the Board of Stewards on that recommendation because Mr. Castillo appealed. So that puts us in Regulation 30.914 subsection 1, which states in the last sentence that the board can either upon the record or after a further hearing may sustain, modify, or reverse the decision of the Board of Stewards on an appeal. And so when this matter went before the board back in June, that's exactly what the board did. After extensive deliberations, they did sustain parts of the Board of Stewards ruling and they modified parts of the Board of Stewards. And so with that preliminary statement, I will get into my main presentation unless the commission has any questions before that. Okay. So thank you. Before you today, as you're well aware, is the appeal of Ricardo Castillo of the June 11th, 2025 Nevada Gaming Control Board order on appeal sustaining and modifying the Board of Stewards April 1st, 2025 ruling regarding horse racing violations. This is a very serious matter impacting the integrity of horse racing in Nevada, placing the lives of horses, jockeys, track officials, horse handlers, and others in jeopardy through the administration of methamphetamine to the 4 horses under the care of Mr. Castillo as their trainer. All 4 horses were routinely tested after winning their races on 3 separate race days over the span of 9 days. Mr. Castillo was responsible for all 4 horses as the trainer of all 4 horses. Pursuant to regulations 30.296 and 30.401, a trainer is specifically responsible for the presence of any prohibited drugs in his horses, regardless of the alleged acts of any others. I will circle back to the seriousness of Mr. Castillo's violations in a minute. I will first set out the procedural nature of this matter. On Saturday, August 24th, 2024, the number 5 horse, B&B Hasta La Luna, who finished first in the 7th race, was selected for mandatory drug testing at the Elko County Fairgrounds in Elko, Nevada. Test results indicated levels of the forbidden substances of methamphetamine and amphetamine in the post-race blood and urine samples. Mr. Castillo was the trainer for B&B Hasta La Luna. On Saturday, August 31st, 2024, the number 8 horse, Famous Prizes, who finished first in the 2nd race, was selected for mandatory drug testing at the Elko County Fairgrounds in Elko, Nevada. Test results indicated levels of the forbidden substances of methamphetamine and amphetamine in the post-race blood and urine samples. Mr. Castillo was the trainer for Famous Prizes. On Saturday, August 31st, 2024, the number 6 horse, Dr. B, who finished first in the 5th race, was selected for mandatory drug testing at the Elko County Fairgrounds in Elko, Nevada. Test results indicated levels of the forbidden substances of methamphetamine and amphetamine in the post-race blood and urine samples. Additionally, test results indicated levels of the forbidden substance O-desmethyl tramadol in the post-race urine sample. Mr. Castillo was the trainer for Dr. B. On Monday, September 2nd, 2024, the number 1 horse, B&B Lightning McQueen, who finished first in the 3rd race, was selected for mandatory drug testing at the Elko County Fairgrounds in Elko, Nevada. Test results indicated levels of the forbidden substances methamphetamine, amphetamine, and O-desmethyl tramadol in the post-race urine sample. Mr. Castillo was the trainer for B&B Lightning McQueen. While all 4 horses tested positive for both methamphetamine and amphetamine, it is likely that only methamphetamine was administered to the horses, as methamphetamine breaks down into amphetamine. So a violation count based on positive drug tests should count positive results for methamphetamine and amphetamine as 1 violation. This means there is 1 violation concerning B&B Hasta La Luna, 1 violation concerning Famous Prizes, 2 violations concerning Dr. B, and 2 violations concerning B&B Lightning McQueen, for a total of 6 violations. As Ms. Gaynor stated, all 4 horses, to the best of our knowledge, survived this experience. And as stated in the record on review, methamphetamine produces similar effects in horses as to those exhibited by humans. The accuracy of these tests was maintained by control of the chain of custody from sample collection through testing at the lab. The difference between blood and urine tests is that urine tests are a strong indicator of a recent administration of a prohibited substance, given the speed a substance will clear from urine. As Ms. Gaynor stated, trainers are offered the right to have a B sample retested at their own expense if the A sample is positive for a prohibited substance. Mr. Castillo did not request the retest. Pursuant to Regulation 30.915, as we have discussed quite a bit already, your consideration of Mr. Castillo's appeal is limited to the record developed before the Gaming Control Board. You may sustain, modify, or reverse the Gaming Control Board's decision. You should have the record developed before the Gaming Control Board in the form of 13 exhibits. The Board of Stewards ruling contained in the record at Exhibit 2 was to find that Mr. Castillo violated Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 30.405 concerning foreign substances in horses, to disqualify the horses to which the foreign substances were administered, to redistribute the winnings regarding the disqualified horses, to fine Mr. Castillo $4,000, to recommend the Gaming Control Board revoke Mr. Castillo's Nevada horse race license effective September 3rd, 2024, and to recommend the Gaming Control Board bar Mr. Castillo from racing on any track under the jurisdiction of the Gaming Control Board or the Commission for 4 years. The Board of Stewards' $4,000 fine was based on the maximum per violation fine authority for the Board of Stewards contained in Regulation 30.910, previously discussed today. The Board of Stewards does not have authority to revoke a license or bar an individual from racing. Mr. Castillo appealed the Board of Stewards ruling to the Gaming Control Board. Pursuant to Regulation 30.914, subsection 1, on appeal, the Gaming Control Board had authority to sustain, reverse, and modify the decision of the Board of Stewards. The Gaming Control Board is not constrained by the regulatory limits placed on the Board of Stewards regarding fine amounts, revocations, and bars from racing. And the board is specifically authorized to impose such discipline pursuant to Regulations 30.271 and 30.900. Based on this, the Gaming Control Board sustained the ruling by the Board of Stewards concerning the fact that Mr. Castillo violated Regulation 30.405, sustained the ruling disqualifying the 4 horses, and sustained the ruling ordering the winnings redistribution. Based on the egregiousness of the circumstances, the board modified the Board of Stewards ruling to revoke Mr. Castillo's Nevada horse race license as a trainer, modified the ruling to bar Mr. Castillo from racing in Nevada for 15 years, and modified the fine amount to be $100,000. The Gaming Control Board order on Mr. Castillo's appeal from the Board of Stewards ruling is found at Exhibit 1 in the record. Transcripts of the Board of Stewards and the Gaming Control Board's consideration of this matter are found at Exhibits 3 and 4 of the record. The appeals and notices for this matter are found in Exhibits 5 through 9 of the record. The Enforcement Division violation reports, including drug test results showing the presence of methamphetamine in the 4 horses, are found in Exhibits 10 through 13 of the record. As of October 1st of this year, Regulation 30 has regulated horse racing in Nevada for 30 years. In this 30-year history, this matter is only the 2nd time a horse racing disciplinary matter has been elevated to the level of the Commission. The first time a horse racing disciplinary matter was elevated to your attention was the Torres matter, which you considered on April 24th of this year. The Torres matter involved an instance of 1 horse being doped with cocaine. The Gaming Control Board and the Commission found that matter very egregious and revoked Mr. Torres' Nevada horse race license, fined him $5,000, and barred him from racing on any track under the jurisdiction of the Gaming Control Board and Commission for 5 years. The matter before you today on Mr. Castillo's appeal is much, much more egregious. 4 horses under the care of Mr. Castillo were found to have the prohibited substance of methamphetamine in their bodies, and 2 of these horses were found to have been administered additionally the prohibited substance of tramadol. This is 6 violations, 4 of which involve the illicit drug of methamphetamine compared to 1 violation in the Torres matter. To quote State Steward Doug Ray on the seriousness of Mr. Castillo's violations, quote, "I've been a steward for over 35 years and have officiated the Nevada horse race since 1993. I used to teach racing seminars across the US and a few in Canada way back in the day, so I've seen thousands of races. This is the first time I've ever had to deal with finding illegal medications such as cocaine and methamphetamine in racehorses. I've never seen it before in all the races I've had. Quite frankly, I was pretty shocked when we saw the results. There's absolutely no place in horse racing for these types of illegal medications, end quote. Mr. Ray goes on, quote, "It just blows my mind. I've never in all my years of racing and thousands of races that I have officiated, I've never seen it before. There's a maximum as to what I can do as the presiding state steward for Nevada, which we invoke that, but in my personal opinion, it warrants something much more severe," end quote. You may find these quotes starting at page 306 of the Gaming Control Board transcript. Chair Hendrick, starting on page 313 of the Gaming Control Board transcript, highlighted, quote, "The drugs we are talking about here are illegal drugs, not just non-prohibited drugs or drugs above a certain level. These are illegal narcotic drugs," end quote. Quote, "Done to multiple horses on multiple days," end quote. Chair Hendrick on page 320 went on to state, quote, "The record is very clear that this is an enormous amount of damaging evidence for a very dangerous activity that endangers the animals, the riders, the other horses, the other riders, and it endangers the ability for those who want to wager on the races and believe Nevada is providing fair and open competition and wagering in Elko. So that goes right to our responsibility to protect the state, the riders, the animals, and anybody who wants to wager in the state." Member Assad highlighted, starting on page 321, that, quote, "We need to send a strong message to the country. The gaming industry here will not tolerate cheating. That's what this is, cheating. You don't drug a horse for the fun of it. Somebody was trying to drug a horse, trying to gain an advantage, which is cheating," end quote. This matter is so egregious that no one can recall it happening in the history of horse racing in Nevada. There were 4 horses for which Mr. Castillo was responsible. All 4 horses were doped with methamphetamine. 2 of the horses were additionally doped with tramadol. The doping was to sufficient levels that all 4 horses won their races. The 4 horses won while under the influence of methamphetamine, with riders on their backs, with other horses and riders in the races, with officials and handlers involved with the 4 horses. This is a very serious matter, and the Gaming Control Board's ruling reflects this seriousness. The Gaming Control Board sustained the Board of Stewards' ruling that Mr. Castillo violated Regulation 30.405's prohibition against foreign substances in horses. The Gaming Control Board sustained the Board of Stewards' ruling disqualifying the 4 horses doped with methamphetamine and redistributing their winnings. The Gaming Control Board modified the Board of Stewards' ruling to revoke Mr. Castillo's Nevada horse racing license, to fine Mr. Castillo $100,000, and to bar Mr. Castillo from racing in Nevada for 15 years. Mr. Castillo does not and cannot, due to the fact he did not argue it below, contest the fact that he violated Regulation 30.405 through 4 of his horses testing positive for methamphetamine and 2 of these horses also testing positive for tramadol. This is a total of 6 violations of Regulation 30.405. Based on these 6 violations, Mr. Castillo also cannot contest the disqualification of the 4 horses and the redistribution of winnings. Today, Mr. Castillo is only permitted to argue the discipline imposed on him, namely the revocation, fine, and bar from racing. While the commission is permitted to modify this discipline, the Gaming Control Board imposed this discipline in a manner that was strongly tied to the facts and was very reasonable and well-reasoned. As to the revocation, in the Torres matter considered by you last April, you determined revocation was appropriate based on the egregious fact of 1 horse doped with cocaine. In the matter before you today, you have 4 horses doped with methamphetamine and 2 of these 4 additionally doped with tramadol. That is, this case is much more egregious than the Torres case, so revocation is appropriate. As to the 15-year bar from racing on any track under the jurisdiction of the Gaming Control Board and Commission. In the Torres matter, considered by you last April, you determined a 5-year bar was appropriate based on the egregious fact of one horse doped with cocaine. In the matter before you today, you have 4 horses doped with methamphetamine, and again, 2 of these 4 were additionally doped with tramadol. Again, this case is much more egregious than the Torres case. Based on the Torres case, it would be reasonable to impose a bar of up to 20 to 30 years based on Mr. Castillo's 6 violations. Additionally, as set out in the transcript of the Gaming Control Board consideration found at page 319 of Exhibit 3, the Association of Racing Commissioners International, or ARCI, according to the statement of Agent Olson, has a minimum recommended suspension period, a minimum of 14 years for Category A offenses, which include methamphetamine. The factors in there were 4 Category A offenses, and the ARCI penalty matrix only extends to 3 offenses. The Gaming Control Board discussed this issue at length during its consideration of Mr. Castillo's appeal of the Board of Stewards ruling. The original motion made by Member Assad was for a 20-year bar, which was directly in line with the precedent set by the Commission in the Torres case. During deliberation of the motion, Member Sandal requested a bar more in line with the ARCI guidelines. I note here that the ARCI guidelines are just that, guidelines, and it is not mandatory that they be followed. Member Sandal indicated that she thought any discipline should be based on the first offense column, since all 4 violations occurred at the same meet. This would have resulted in a 12-year bar. Based on its deliberation, the board decided that a balance between the Torres precedent and the ARCI guidelines was appropriate and reasonable. A bar from racing is necessary, in addition to revocation, to ensure Mr. Castillo is foreclosed from racing for a significant period. Thus, a 15-year bar is reasonable based on consideration of the fixed precedent of Torres and the recommended procedures of the ARCI guidelines. As to the fine, in the Torres matter considered by you last April, you determined a fine of $5,000 was appropriate based on the egregious fact of one horse doped with cocaine. In the matter before you today, you have 4 horses doped with methamphetamine and 2 of these 4 additionally doped with tramadol. That is, this case is much more egregious than the Torres case. Additionally, the record developed before the Gaming Control Board discussed the fact that the ARCI guidelines for a first lifetime offense recommended a minimum $10,000 fine. Multiplying the 4 methamphetamine violations here would make the minimum fine $40,000. The ARCI guidelines also recognize a fine of $25,000 for a first offense in the singular may be appropriate if aggravating factors are present. This first offense guideline multiplied by 4 horses leads to a $100,000 fine. And for the record, this was discussed in the board transcript at pages 327 through 28 and also on page 337. The record before the Gaming Control Board also reflects that for a third lifetime offense, the maximum fine is $100,000. You can refer to page 302 and 3 for this. Again, we don't have 3 offenses here, we have 4. The Gaming Control Board also discussed that any fine should consider the potential earnings in other states where purses are much larger than the purses available in Nevada, and that Nevada's fine should be a disincentive for people to attempt doping violations. This was discussed at page 325. In short, after much deliberation and discussion of the relevant law, precedent, and other factors, the Gaming Control Board reasonably determined that a $100,000 fine was appropriate. The Gaming Control Board's decision sustained the Board of Stewards ruling that Mr. Castillo violated Regulation 30.405 and sustained the Board of Stewards ruling to disqualify the 4 horses and redistribute the winnings. The Gaming Control Board's decision modified the Board of Stewards ruling to reflect Mr. Castillo's Nevada horse race, revoke Mr. Castillo's Nevada horse race license, to bar Mr. Castillo from racing on any track under the jurisdiction of the Gaming Control Board and the Gaming Commission for 15 years, and to fine Mr. Castillo $100,000. As I have set out for you in my presentation today, the Gaming Control Board's decision was strongly tied to the facts, was very reasonable, and was very well reasoned. The Gaming Control Board's decision protects Nevada, protects the riders, protects the horses, protects anybody who wants to wager in Nevada, and protects the overall integrity of horse racing in Nevada. Based on this, I request that you sustain the Gaming Control Board's decision in its entirety. Thank you.
Is there anything that was, that you wish to respond to? related?
Yes, thank you, Chair. First of all, we agree it's incredibly important for the board and commission to protect the horses and protect the gaming industry in the state of Nevada. But we don't think that this level of fine is necessary to do that. You know, when he discussed the steward's comments in the board meeting, I'm only sorry that I was only retained before the commission hearing. I didn't have any chance to respond to those. I know I can't put any new evidence on the record, so I won't, but I'll just say that I would have had many responses for what he had to say. Regarding the number of offenses and the horse racing guidelines for how each should be treated. First of all, I just want to make sure it's clear. He was talking about 6 separate offenses. I want to note that tramadol is actually a level B substance, and the recommended fine suspension for level B substance such as tramadol is only $500 or 15 days. So it's not apples and oranges. It's not the same thing as the category A offenses. So it's definitely shouldn't be 6. In my opinion, it should only be 1. The way the horse racing schedule works, you know, they're talking about lifetime offenses. All of these occurred in the same meet. All of these occurred at the same time. Mr. Castillo didn't receive notification that there were dirty tests until months afterwards. The way they talk about lifetime offenses, I believe that the offender should have a chance to have offended, learn from it, and grow or not grow. And that is why the second or the third offense would be so much more severe. Thank you.
A question that you may or may not have an answer to, that I'm just curious about. Is the fine, first of all, it goes without saying, after hearing Mr. Castillo's commentary about his income, he's not paying this $100,000. And I was just curious, is it dischargeable in bankruptcy? Do we know?
It is not something I've researched, Chair.
I was just curious. You don't know, I take it.
I don't, I'm sorry.
Okay. I was just curious about that. Does anybody have any questions or comments for?
Thank you, Chair. It's not entirely clear to me then, Mr. Castillo, can you tell us then how you think these horses had these drugs administered? I mean, if it's not you, you can't afford to pay the fines. Yeah, you know, I've read some notes on it could be stable hands or whatever, but of course you've got to understand that we are going with what is in front of us, which is extremely detailed. Do you have anything to say?
And Chair, before he answers, if I just might reiterate that this review is confined to the record developed in front of the board. And so I'm not sure that is an appropriate, their response would be appropriate.
Right, there's the preliminary determination that was made. Then there's the hearing before the board that, opportunities have existed repeatedly, and as hard as it can be to want to know the answers, if he answers we can't give it any weight. So that's the trouble, right?
I have a comment though that might help my fellow commissioner, because one of the things I was going to put on the record is, even though he wasn't able to jump on the Zoom or whatever he was going to do there, that they did talk about his claim of cross-contamination. It was considered by the stewards. It was discussed. So it was brought up, kind of his defense, and the board listened to that as well, or, and they made a determination to disregard it and didn't find it credible, is what I read from that record.
I did see that, but thank you. Yeah, clarifies the legal position on this.
Any additional questions? Does anyone have a motion?
I just have a couple more comments, just for the record. As the Attorney General has already mentioned, the case that was cited, the Torres case, involved a 5-year suspension. And that is what Judge Assad had originally put forward before Member Sendall was discussing the ARCI guidelines. Ultimately, as you said, after much public deliberation, they came to a consensus of 15 years or 3.75 years per each horse, that being 4 horses, which total 15 years, which if you look at that, and I guess I'm speaking to the defense right now, is actually less time suspended than the Torres case that you had mentioned earlier in your argument. You had said that the suspension is greater, but there are 4 horses here. And if you actually tally up the suspension, it's 3.75, which is less than the Torres case. Granted, the fine appears to be more, but it's actually less time. And one other thing, I noted that Judge Assad also mentioned, and we have a record of that, despite the fact that there were some mentions of the La Jolla races or some other bigger races, Judge Assad did make and did emphasize that Mr. Castillo, at the end of the day, did make money from these purses, albeit I know the defense has said it's only, $6,500, but it's $6,500 that he made being responsible for the horses. So there was this benefit to him at the end of the day of these horses. I just wanted to let me see, there's one other thing. Let me see. I think that's it. I just wanted to put those on the record because I think they're important points that the record reflects.
May I ask a question with respect to the 6,500? Is that from the $1,500?
From the purses, from
The
each
purses
horse,
were not
or I'm
paid
sorry,
out.
for each horse winning, he would have made $6,500.
Right, it's his share of the winnings I understood was 6,000, but he didn't receive it because those
I
purses
thought
were
they just said
redistributed.
6. Maybe I misstated the exact amount, but I guess at the end of the day, it's not like he didn't make any money off of these horses. He would have, I realized it wasn't given to him, but ultimately had this worked, he would have made the money.
Right, I just wanted to make sure
Sorry.
I was understanding it correctly. So
Okay,
he
good.
would have received 6,000, but I don't believe he received any.
No, he
because of
didn't
the-
receive it,
yeah,
but
was
I'm just
redistributed.
saying that he stood to receive.
Yeah.
Whether you call it substantial, insubstantial, I don't know. If he said he only made 1,500 off these races, that's, substantial compared to what he was making.
Yeah, I believe that, and I just want to make sure, I'm not quarreling with you. I just
Yeah.
want to make sure I understand it. I believe the 1,500 was how much he made a month for training.
Yes, it was 1,500 a month in salary, and then whatever they won at the
And a
races,
portion
his
of
share
it.
of that.
So
was
he made the
additional.
1,500, but he didn't get any part of the purse. So I just wanted to make sure I'm clear. I share the board's concern just with the gravity of the circumstances. Not only, obviously the integrity of the gaming and the wagering is important. And the numbers that you presented help demonstrate that, there wasn't a lot of action. I mean, so they didn't seem to be trying to benefit on the betting side of it. I'm concerned with the safety side of it to the horses and to the jockeys, and not only for those horses, but the ones that surround it. Because obviously collisions can happen if there's a horse that's going nuts because it's drugged. I mean, when I look at Torres, I thought the 100 was a little high, but I don't know that, you know, if you took Taurus and multiplied it by the 4 instances, that's still 20,000. I don't know that that gets us in a better place. And then the suspension would be higher. So in part, I'm just interested in hearing what my colleagues have to say. I would be, you know, supportive of either reducing the fine, but it, you know, leaving the suspension alone, but I'm also okay with it as it is. So.
If I can ask, maybe, maybe you might know, because I don't know if I missed it or if it was brought up in any record regarding at least the 2 horses. I was wondering about how long after the race do they take the urine of these horses? Because I was wondering, and I'm just deliberating out loud, I guess, regarding methamphetamine, which meth was found, so it hadn't even, oh my God, what's the word? What's the word? Metabolized. Thank you, through the horse when the urine was taken. But tramadol is generally for sleep. And so I wondered if there was anything in the record about the tramadol being given right after the race before the urine was taken to bring the horse down, or is there anything anywhere that says that?
Thank you, Commissioner Silver. There could be, off the top of my head, I can't point to anything. My understanding, and I'll let anybody cut me off if they would like, because I don't want to make the mistake of introducing evidence into the record as well, is these tests are conducted immediately post-race.
I just didn't know if it was 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
Could I allow
like the
my
moment.
client to answer that? Because he does have the knowledge.
Well, if it's,
But that's not true.
I can't vary from the record off my question. I was asking the Deputy Attorney General, was there anything in the record that I missed? Because otherwise I won't consider it.
Okay.
But I was asking because of the fact that there was tramadol in 2 horses.
Then let me clarify. Off the top of my head, I do not know if that's in the record, and I wish to withdraw any speculation I entered that as to the timing of that.
I just didn't know if it was in there, so thank you.
I believe it was in the record. It was in the discussion with the Board of Stewards people.
I did see some discussion about tramadol, but I wasn't sure if I missed the actual timing. You know, could there have been enough time after the race to put tramadol in the horse? I don't know. I just don't know if I missed it in all of our materials, and that's what all I was asking. And if nobody knows, then I won't speculate.
Does anybody else have any questions or comments? Does somebody want to take a recess to look at the transcript of the commissioners before we proceed, or do you want to proceed? Because it could be in
Rather
there, it could not
proceed.
be in there.
It's of no consequence to my ultimate decision. I was just curious if it was in the record. If it's not, it's not.
Okay. Anybody else? All right, does anyone have a motion? Then we can talk about that.
I would move to sustain the board's decision as
I think there's some sample language.
do we have sample language on this? Sorry. Oh, here it is. No, this isn't it. Who's got the language on this? Just, I'd move to sustain the recommendations of all of the fines, suspensions, revocation.
It would just be moved to sustain the board's decision.
All right, I move to sustain the board's decision based on the record that's before us, and a substantial evidence really supports their decision.
Discussion on the motion? Well, oh, go ahead.
we do, sustaining, of course, does not allow us to modify either, whether it's the fine or the duration. It's, okay, so,
I think you'd have to make a separate motion for that.
okay, I just see I answered my own question. Thank you.
So, you know, I'm sitting here looking at the transcript of the commission hearing. It says, you know, WW is Dr. Wyatt Winchell, right? And so, Dr. Winchell says, sorry, one moment, please. As it relates to tramadol, it's a centrally acting analgesic. It's an opioid. A lot of times in humans, it's been used to treat moderate to severe pain, both acute and long-term, and probably trying to get the same use in the horse. So more as a pain reliever drug that has got strong opioid effects. So just some of the side effects that we see with opioids, there may be some, definitely pain, and maybe also performance enhancing effects of the tramadol. So that tends to slightly belie that it's for sleep. It also suggests that there's a breakdown product of what they determine to be the tramadol. So I'm not sure, I mean, look, as there's direct evidence and then there's reasonable inferences to be drawn from the evidence. I think there's a reasonable inference to be drawn from that statement that it wasn't immediate after the race. Because there wouldn't be, I mean, unless these races are really long, I don't recall that. That he is saying there's actually a breakdown product, so that has to go through the liver being broken down, and that's what we are catching is the breakdown product of the tramadol. So I don't know if it says anywhere else that it was 5 minutes after or later. I don't see it. We went through it, but I would just note that. From my perspective, personally, I have zero problem with the 15 years. You know, it didn't happen. Everyone's lucky it didn't happen, but someone could have been seriously injured or killed. And then this, you know, we wouldn't be here because you might be facing a criminal proceeding and you wouldn't be saying a thing. That being said, that's not what happened. But we have to consider the current acts before us, the record of the acts before us, and the deterrent effect. And for that reason, I will support the motion. I think the $100,000, you know, we're limited in, when I say we, I just mean as regulators, in, you know, kind of trying to link a fine with ability to pay, but there's also deterrence. That's a fair consideration. And so I appreciate you only work in the rural areas of Nevada and you don't go to these bigger races and all of those things. And, you know, one of the reasons I asked about bankruptcy is because I'm not even sure how this money would ever be collected from you and how it's going to hang over your head. But at the end of the day, you know, you have four drugged horses in 4 different races, with very certain testimony about the results. And so I'm supporting the motion, and I'll be voting in favor. Anybody else? Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye. There are none opposed.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take a comfort break now for, let's see, it is 2:41. Could we come back at 2:50? Thank you. Stay. Roll. Okay, are we ready? Okay, we're back on the record. This is continuation of the Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of November. At this time, Madam Secretary, if you could please read our next agenda item.
Next on your agenda is the appointment of the vice chair of the commission.
All right, in the past, I have indicated my preference as chair of the commission to rotate the position of vice chair based on seniority. I want to thank Commissioner Krolicki for his willingness to stand in for me when needed during his term as vice chair, and consistent with my previous decision and practice. As next in order, I appoint Commissioner Mark Antonis as vice chair of the Nevada Gaming Commission. You get extra nothing.
I know. It's okay.
All right, next on our agenda are the administrative reports. If we could start with Chair Dreitzer.
Yes, very good. Thank you, Chair Togliatti. Next month, the regularly scheduled meeting of the Nevada Gaming Control Board will take place over 2 days on December 3rd and 4th. We will at that time entertain 19 non-restricted items, 11 restricted items, 1 request for final approval of a gaming device, and there will be discussions of 2 regulatory changes, 2 workshops, 1 for parimutuel regulations and 1 for regulation 5.260. So we'll be having.
Thank you, days. Thank you. Anything from the Attorney General's office today?
No, nothing today. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Madam Secretary, if we could close with our last agenda item, public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
Okay, first we will go to Carson City. Anyone wishing to make a public comment, please step forward to the podium. It appears that there is no one in Carson City wishing to make public comment. Here in Las Vegas, there is no one present wishing to make public comment, and that will close our public comment section. This will conclude the Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of November. We are adjourned. Yes.